Chapter 1825. Having just broken through, Zichen was still in a state of excitement and complacency. Because of the many realm powers in his body, Zichen, who had just stepped into the empty realm, had far surpassed too many empty realms. The realm powers formed in the world were more than Yang Yongqing, who was at the peak of the empty realm. It could be said that the current Zichen, in terms of pure calculation of realm powers, was no weaker than Yang Yongqing back then. However, it was in such a state of excitement that he actually saw a mystical realm, one that was one level higher than the empty realm, which made him feel rather gloomy. It was like when he had just obtained something of his dreams. He turned around and found that the other party's item was better and more advanced than his. In an instant, Zichen's face fell, and he looked quite dissatisfied. The empty realm, you actually broke through to the empty realm. This was the first sentence that Xian Jie said, and his face was obviously surprised. The news was very clear that the three of them were only at the lesser completion and only had 9 realm powers. But after a short period of time, the other party had actually crossed the great completion realm and reached the empty realm. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed this fact. "You're from the Yang clan?" Zichen asked aloud. "That's right." Xian Jie's tone was indifferent. "You're here to kill me. What do you think? Aren't you going to ask what happened?" Zichen asked again. "There's no need for that. No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to attack the Yang clan will have to pay the price." Zichen nodded and said, "Understood." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's figure flashed and rushed directly toward Xian Jie. At this moment, pure realm powers surged around his body. This realm power was no longer 1 or 2, but a realm power energy composed of tens of thousands of realm powers. Xian Jie's pupils shrank slightly as he saw a fist light tear through the space and hit his face. His expression immediately changed. Making a move here was undoubtedly provoking the existence in the depths who was breaking through to the supreme level. Once the other party was awakened, only death awaited. Therefore, in the face of Zichen's attack, Xian Jie chose to dodge. As he retreated, a brilliant light flashed around him and he disappeared along with Zichen. Clearly, he had placed the battlefield in his own world. This way, he would not disturb the terrifying existence that was in deep slumber. This was Zichen's first time in the profound world. The energy circulating in this world was completely world force. This was a true world of realm force. Every corner of this world contained pure realm force energy. Other than the energy of the realm force, a great deal of realm force had also fused into the earth and was slowly changing the ground. This was the mystic world. After the empty realm, the world began to undergo mysterious changes. Zichen quietly observed his surroundings, while simultaneously estimating the combat strength of the profound world. In terms of the world power in his body alone, the current Zichen had already surpassed this Xian Jie. This was because his world was not big, not even 1% the size of Zichen's world. Just as Zichen was carefully observing his surroundings while calculating how his world should develop, Xian Jie had already attacked Zichen. The sword flashed, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at Zichen's chest. At the same time, the energy of the world's realm force seemed to have turned into shackles, shrouding Zichen's entire body and restricting his movements. Boom! Light surged around Zichen, and the destructive realm force turned into tidal shock, breaking the energy shackles in an instant. At the same time, he took a step to the left. The sword flashed past the corner of Zichen's clothes. A look of surprise flashed in Xian Jie's eyes when his attack missed. The sword in his hand trembled and directly slashed horizontally. Swoosh! Zichen's figure continued to retreat, easily avoiding the attack. Now that Zichen was in the empty realm, his realm force was stronger than his opponent's. This Xian Jie in front of him was not something Zichen cared about at all. At this moment, he was constantly releasing his spiritual sense to perceive the changes in this world. so as to determine the path he should take next. Swoosh! Swoosh! During this time, Xianjie kept attacking, and Ziqin, who had his back to Xianjie, easily avoided these attacks. After failing to achieve anything, Xianjie looked shocked and angry. He shouted, "Die!" The realm force of the entire world went berserk, like a huge wave, sweeping towards Ziqin. For a time, the violent realm force energy kept surging. At this moment, Ziqin's expression finally became a little more serious. He slowly turned around and stared at the violent realm force attack. Just as Xianjie was grinning, Ziqin threw a punch. Boom! If Xianjie's attack was compared to a wave, then the energy contained in Ziqin's punch was completely a vast and boundless sea. Whether it was the quality or the quantity, it directly overwhelmed the attack in front. The two bursts of energy collided, causing a loud explosion. Xianjie, who was originally grinning, now had a look of horror on his face. He allowed the violent energy to rush towards him. Bang! Xianjie coughed up blood and flew backward with a look of horror. In a head-on confrontation between the two, he was defeated in one move. Swoosh! Ziqin's figure flickered, and his speed was displayed to the extreme as he rushed towards Xianjie. In Xianjie's hand, the long sword slashed down. Clang! The fist containing realm force energy hit the long sword. A powerful force surged, and Xianjie was sent flying along with his sword. This was the direct relationship between the size of the world and combat power. Although the two sides were one realm apart, Ziqin's realm force was stronger and purer than his opponent's. Naturally, his combat power was much stronger than his opponent's. Since he had no advantage in terms of combat power and speed, there was no suspense in this battle. Ziqin's figure flashed past Xianjie's side, and a brilliance swept across his opponent's neck and a head flew high. Xianjie was dead. The entire world filled with realm force collapsed because of Xianjie's death. Ziqin immediately released his own world, and before the world collapsed, he absorbed the realm force contained in this world as much as possible. This realm force was like a well-stored realm emperor stone, and it was of great use to the current Ziqin. After about an hour, this world could no longer be controlled and completely shattered. Ziqin's figure flashed and arrived in the valley. After an hour of absorption, there was another pure realm force in his world. This realm force was fusing with the power of heaven and earth, turning into a brand new realm force. The monk and Dongqing had not appeared yet, and Ziqin took advantage of this time to use the realm force to temper his body and cultivate the Thunder Emperor physique. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Ziqin's realm had increased by a large margin. Now, with every passing moment, his realm was growing. A loud laugh rang out from the valley, and the monk's figure appeared. The aura of empty realms surged around his body. Like Ziqin, he was in a good mood after breaking through. But in the blink of an eye, he saw Ziqin and asked in surprise, "You've also broken through?" Ziqin said faintly, "I broke through half a month ago, and I have already killed a mystic world expert on the way." "What's so great about that?" The monk curled his lips in disdain. His original good mood was no longer so good because of Ziqin's early breakthrough. "Since everyone has broken through, let's go." Dongqing walked in from outside the valley, and when he saw Dongqing, who was also an empty realm expert, the monk's good mood completely disappeared. He thought that he was the first to break through and could come out to show off, but he didn't expect to be the last. What was there to be proud of? Looking at the depressed monk, Ziqin smiled slightly and then said, "We will definitely encounter the Yang family's mystic world next, so we should be careful." After breaking through, the three of them officially embarked on the journey to the seventh mainland. On the seventh mainland, there was a very famous city, and that was Misty City. Misty City was almost the same as Central Sky City, with the city as the foundation, and eventually developed into a region, becoming a major force. But unlike Central Sky City, there were no other families in Misty City, and everyone was a part of Misty City. Rather than a city, it was more like a sect. Moreover, the top forces here were not in Misty Region, but in Misty City. The way of Misty in action was a kind of innate divination technique. Although it was somewhat similar to Shantian Prefecture's divination, it was more famous. Moreover, in addition to the way of divination, Misty City had many other powerful techniques. Among them, the way of Misty could be considered to be both offensive and defensive, and was the strongest technique in Misty City. Unfortunately, the way of Misty had very strict requirements for the cultivator's aptitude, and only those who had comprehended the way of Misty could cultivate it. And in all these years, there had been no one who had comprehended the way of Misty in action in Misty City, so the strongest technique was almost lost. But a few hundred years ago, a woman from the lower realm actually comprehended the way of Misty in action and came to Misty City, causing a huge commotion. At that time, the upper echelons of Misty City attached great importance to this matter, and an ancestor-level existence even personally accepted this woman called Su Mengyao and had been teaching her ever since. Back then, everyone knew that this woman would definitely soar into the sky in the future and become another supreme figure in Misty City and possibly even reach the level of the ancestor. In the blink of an eye, a few hundred years had passed, and that Earth Yuan woman had already broken through to Sector Lord, and her talent in the way of Misty in action was getting higher and higher. At this time, the entire Misty City suddenly spread a piece of news. Misty City's ancestor's personal disciple, Su Mengyao, was going to marry the ancestor's son, Shimendong. When this news came out, it caused an uproar. Although Shimendong was the son of a sovereign, he did not inherit the sovereign's talent, and after cultivating till now, he was only in the mystic world, and it was said that he could only reach the spiritual world at most, and there was no possibility of him becoming a sovereign. But this person was definitely a legendary figure in Misty City, and the most legendary one was the marriage alliance. An existence who could reach the spiritual world would naturally be a pinnacle figure in other clans, and thus Shimendong had always been having marriage alliances with other big and small forces. Now he already had 8 wives, and they were all marriages between different forces. His battle strength wasn't strong in Misty City, but his forces were huge. This marriage alliance with Su Mengyao was undoubtedly equivalent to having a sovereign wife in the future, and with a sovereign father, even if Shimendong had no hope of becoming a sovereign, he would still be a tyrant. For a moment, the entire city was discussing this marriage alliance. Chapter 1826. As everyone knew, ethereal impermanence was the highest cultivation technique in Misty City. It was only passed down to the direct descendants. The direct descendants naturally referred to the disciples. However, the bloodline of the direct descendants was needed to develop the technique to this day. Su Mengyao was a disciple of the lower realm. Even if she was accepted as a personal disciple by a sovereign, she still couldn't change her identity as a person of the lower realm. This caused the highest cultivation technique, ethereal impermanence, to not be fully open to her. However, it would be different if she married the son of a sovereign. She would naturally be the daughter-in-law of a sovereign. She would be on the same side and would naturally be able to obtain the strongest cultivation technique. 100 miles away from Misty City, there was a mansion. In front of the mansion's gate, there was a Su character. Everyone in Misty City knew that the owner of this mansion was a woman. She was extremely beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was Su Mengyao, the most popular character in Misty City. On this day, a few old men came to the Su family mansion. These old men were only in the corporeal realm. They hadn't even reached the domain realm. They stood outside the Su family's residence with complicated expressions. There was apprehension and guilt on their faces. As the door was knocked, a young maid came to open the door. "You must be here for sex." The maid spoke when she saw the old men. Her voice was very sweet. The old men nodded. The maid gestured for them to enter. She recognized them. They were the ones who had brought the young miss to Misty City. Although their realms weren't high, their identities were very special. They were the guides and enjoyed the treatment of a realm lord. The mansion was very big. The environment was beautiful, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The maid led them through a long corridor. There were spirit trees planted on both sides of the corridor. Finally, they arrived at a small courtyard with a beautiful environment. What didn't match the small courtyard's environment was a 3-meter tall, giant beast squatting at the entrance. Its body was emitting a purple-gold light. It had a dragon head and a tiger body. Even though it was lying down, the violent aura around it couldn't be suppressed. Anyone with a little knowledge would definitely be shocked after seeing this giant beast. This giant beast was actually a high-level life form. Moreover, it was the highest level of high-level life forms, a sovereign beast. And the one in front of them was the Longhu sovereign. Lord Longhu, they want to see the young miss. The maid looked at Longhu with obvious fear in her eyes. She stood in the distance and spoke carefully. It was clear that, even though she was a maid, she did not dare to enter as she pleased. Longhu opened his eyes and glanced at the embarrassed old men. He said coldly, "Piss off." Its voice was full of vigor and was filled with ferocity. Facing Longhu's rude words, the few old men became more and more embarrassed. One of them plucked up his courage and said, "We are here on young Master Shimon's orders." "What *T young Master Shimon? He's just an old bastard. Get lost, or I'll tear you into pieces." Longhu was still merciless, and his voice was cold. Compared to the young and beautiful Su Mengyao, Shimendong was indeed an old bastard. Longhu had always disliked him. As for Su Mengyao, although she seemed to be enjoying a great life in the Misty City, and was even compared to the old ancestor in the past, only Longhu knew the hardships she had gone through. If it hadn't come here by accident when it was looking for Ziqin, heard about Su Mengyao's situation, and decided to stay, Su Mengyao would have been threatened. The reason why they were still asking for Su Mengyao's opinion was because Su Mengyao's potential was comparable to the old ancestor of the Misty City in the past and the Longhu Supreme. Once Longhu reached adulthood, he would be a real Nine Heaven Supreme and a peak existence among the Nine Heaven Supremes. The Misty City could not afford to ignore such an existence, nor did they dare to offend him. The few old men were embarrassed and did not dare to move forward. However, if they left just like that, they would be treated worse when they returned. "Piss off, you'll die if you don't." Longhu's cold voice sounded once again. He had long disliked these old men. If it weren't for their insistence, Su Mengyao would still be in the Tianwu continent. Even if she wasn't, she would still be with Ziqin. But now, even though they claimed to be looking for a fortunate encounter for Su Mengyao, the people of the Misty City still dared to target Su Mengyao. Weren't they courting death? Furthermore, that old Nine Heavens Supreme clearly had the same intention. He didn't even look at how old his son was and how many wives he had already married. Why would he still insist on this bullshit marriage alliance? He didn't even look at whether they were worthy or not. The door creaked open, and Su Mengyao walked out in her white robes. She was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her skin was like jade, and her appearance was tranquil and beautiful. She looked at the few old men and softly said, "Elders, there's no need to make things difficult for me. Go back and tell Shimendong that there are still 2 years until the appointed time. 2 years later, I will naturally agree to the marriage alliance. Mengyao, of course I will wait patiently for 2 years. However, I'm afraid of delaying your cultivation speed. You have a great future ahead of you." A voice suddenly sounded from outside. A middle-aged man in purple robes walked into the small courtyard. "Shimendong, I've warned you many times. Mengyao isn't someone you can call out. Do you believe that I'll knock out all your teeth again?" Longhu stood up. His eyes shone with a cold light, and a ferocious aura surged around him. The corner of Shimendong's lips twitched. It was as if he could still feel the pain in his teeth. Hatred flashed across his eyes. He looked at Su Mengyao and said, "Junior sister, I'm doing this for you. As long as you and I get married soon, you will be the core person of the Misty City." The core skill of the Misty in Action Tao will naturally be passed down to you. As for our child, he will be the designated successor. Bah! Shimendong, your words disgust me. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer the pain of your soul being tortured today. You know what I'm capable of. Even if your father comes, he won't be able to save you. Longhu was thoroughly enraged. Senior brother, please go back. I'll naturally agree to your marriage 2 years later. Su Mengyao spoke once again. Her voice was soft, as if she had never spoken loudly to anyone before. For the sake of junior sister, not to mention 2 years, even 20 years is nothing. Shimendong let out a gentle smile and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Junior sister, your and Longhu's resources have been stopped. We'll resupply them 2 years later." Su Mengyao nodded and said, "That's fine too." Shimendong left with his people. The smile on his face disappeared as soon as he walked out of the Su residence. His expression was extremely gloomy. That damned Longhu and that bitch. She really thinks she's someone important. Shimendong was extremely furious. He was definitely the one who kept his word in the Misty City. The previous 8 marriages were all initiated by the other party. Since he had met Su Mengyao, he had been deeply attracted to her temperament, which led to the marriage this time. However, he did not expect the marriage to be delayed again and again for 100 years. While he was furious that Shimendong did not know how to appreciate his kindness, he hated Longhu even more. Over the past few years, he had thought of using force, but before Su Mengyao could do anything, Longhu had dealt with him first. Even though his cultivation was higher than Longhu's, he could not do anything to him. After Shimendong left and the maidservant left, Longhu turned around and asked Su Mengyao, "Are you really going to agree to his marriage 2 years later?" Su Mengyao raised her head and glanced at the sky with a calm gaze before she said, "This matter has been delayed for a long time." Longhu said again, but Su Mengyao's eyes flickered with a mysterious glow. 2 years later is the only chance for me to acquire the ethereal imaction martial art. At that time, I'll have a chance to survive. A chance to survive. Longhu was startled. It was obvious that Su Mengyao was the one who had predicted it. However, he was still worried and said once again, "You can predict it, but they can interfere with it. It's possible that the prediction is the result of their interference. Maybe, but 2 years later is indeed a chance. Once I miss it, I'm afraid I won't be able to acquire the ethereal imaction martial art again. What about Ziqin? He must be thinking of a way to come here. What if he doesn't see you when he arrives? He will surely avenge me." It was obvious that Su Mengyao would not marry Shimendong for real. If she managed to acquire the martial art, she would surely leave, but if she failed, she would die. Longhu let out a sigh helplessly. He could sense his growth. Thus he had long wanted to fall into a deep sleep. He would surely achieve the 9 heavens, supreme realm, when he woke up. However, under such circumstances, there was no way he could fall into a deep sleep. Besides, even though the Su clan seemed to be fine, the surroundings were already sealed off. Even though it seemed like Su Mengyao was living alone, it was actually a form of house arrest. On their way to the 7th mainland, Ziqin and his crew stumbled into the 2nd Yang clan Xuanjie. This time the monk took action. The battle lasted less than 5 breaths, and the Yang clan's Xuanjie was killed. The sky-devouring wolf was still following Ziqin as his mount, but it had now submitted to Dongqing. With Dongqing's help, the sky-devouring wolf managed to break into the empty realm in one fell swoop. Other than that, the unicorn jade beast and the other emperors had also broken through one by one during their journey. Even though the entire team was made up of empty realm cultivators, their true combat strength was comparable to a group of Xuanjie. Even Ziqin and the monk had combat strength comparable to a spirit realm cultivator. After crossing the entire Haas mountain range and killing 3 Yang clan Xuanjie, after 2 years, Ziqin finally crossed the Haas mountain range. The appearance of the 3 was immediately discovered by those spies and then transmitted to the 4 Yang clan Xuanjie. "They're finally here." A cold glint flashed in the eyes of one of the Xuanjie, and then he walked toward where Zi Chen and his crew were. Zi Chen, who had just walked out of the mountain range, was surrounded by the 4 Xuanjie. Other than the 4 Xuanjie, there were also many domain realm cultivators and realm masters of the 7th mainland hunting battle beasts nearby. When they saw the two sides confronting each other, they watched curiously. Then they saw a scene that they would never see in their lives. They saw a man draw his sword, and with 4 flashes of blade light, the 4 powerful Xuanjie fell dead. It was an instant kill, and it was an instant kill of a higher realm. The cultivators of the 7th mainland who saw this were all stunned. After killing the Yang clan Xuanjie, Zi Qin and his crew went straight to the ethereal region. Chapter 1827. Usually, only sector lords would appear in the interdomain teleportation array. Occasionally, there would be empty realm cultivators. However, when Zi Qin and the other 2 arrived at the ethereal region, they didn't only see empty realm cultivators. There are also many mystic worlds and spirit worlds. One had to know that these cultivators were extremely precious. Usually, they would be in seclusion, trying to break through to a higher realm. But today, there were more than a dozen of them. The ethereal region is so prosperous. Their figures appeared. Looking at the flickering teleportation formation, they could feel the powerful aura around the person who appeared. Beside the teleportation formation, there were many sector lords who were used to being in charge. The 3 of them became more and more curious about this place. Along the way, they witnessed the prosperity of various regions. Compared to the 9th mainland, there were more experts in the 8th mainland. Sector lords could be seen everywhere, and here mystic worlds were everywhere. When they arrived at the ethereal region, the 3 didn't stop, nor did they deliberately rest. Immediately, they embarked on the journey to the ethereal manor. Ever since they arrived at the 7th mainland, Zi Chen's emotions were fluctuating. He couldn't hide his excitement. After paying enough World Emperor stones, the 3 quickly arrived at the ethereal manor. But unexpectedly, there were more mystic worlds and spirit worlds here than in the ethereal region. The 3 originally wanted to rush to the ethereal city, but they were stopped at the teleportation array. The reason was that there were too many people heading to the ethereal city recently, causing a small problem with the teleportation array. Now it was under repair. Even the teleportation array is broken. How many experts are heading to the ethereal city? Helpless, the 3 could only stay in the ethereal manor. The entire ethereal manor was bustling. Every restaurant was almost full. In every restaurant, there were traces of mystic worlds and spirit worlds. Seeing this scene, even the usually high-profile monk couldn't help but sigh. Since we're here, we'd better keep a low profile. After seeing Meng Yao, we'll leave with her. Don't cause any trouble. Who would be bored enough to cause trouble? That's courting death. Zi Qin smiled. It was obvious that he was under great pressure. Suddenly, as they were moving forward, they heard discussions coming from the restaurant. If you ask me, this marriage is a happy ending. That's right, it's a win-win situation. Shimendong successfully hugged the beauty, and the beauty successfully obtained the cultivation method. What you said is true, but if you see Su Mengyao, you will not say so. She is a real goddess, beautiful and unparalleled. She is like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It is really a pity that such a stunner is married to Shimendong. That's right, Su Mengyao is a real goddess. As for Shimendong, he has already married 8 times and married 8 wives. Now he married goddess Su Mengyao, but the goddess is only ranked 9th. Sai, who asked him to be a great power and have a sovereign as his father. Isn't that so? The cultivation technique is in the hands of the sovereign. If goddess Meng Yao doesn't agree to this marriage, she won't be able to obtain the Misty in Action cultivation technique. Sai, what a pity. In the tavern, a group of cultivators were talking. Moreover, almost the entire Misty Sea Manor was talking about this matter. Zi Qin, who was moving forward, stopped, and his expression gradually changed. Tyrant also remained silent. Dong Qing naturally knew Zi Chen's purpose this time. After seeing the expressions of the two, he guessed in his heart, and his mood suddenly became very complicated. Tyrant glanced at Zi Chen and said, "Seems like there is trouble." Zi Chen didn't say a word. He turned around and walked toward the tavern, then walked to a seat. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting there, 1 empty realm and 3 realm lords. The 4 of them were the most enthusiastic just now. Zi Chen's sudden arrival stunned them. "What marriage were you talking about?" Zi Chen asked. His voice was very low. The empty realm lord frowned slightly, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Zi Chen's attitude. But in the next moment, a bag of World Emperor stones was thrown on the table, and a cold voice sounded, "Here are 100 pieces of World Emperor stones. Tell us, the World Emperor stones are yours. If you don't care, there are others who do." The one who spoke was Dong Qing. She had already seen that Zi Chen's mood wasn't right. Under such circumstances, Zi Chen might lose his mind. "Of course I care." The realm lord hurriedly took the bag, completely ignoring the jealous gazes around him. He then said, "You should be new to this place. This matter has long been an open secret. Goddess Su Mengyao came from the lower realm, but she comprehended the Misty in Action law and was highly regarded by the upper echelons of Misty City. One of the sovereigns even took her as a disciple. Later, it seems that because of the bloodline problem, the strongest cultivation technique of Misty City seems to be unable to be passed to her." Zi Chen nodded and asked, "What does that Shimendong do?" When the realm lord heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, these 3 were newcomers, and they didn't even know Shimendong. Shimendong's father is called Shimenlu. He is the master of goddess Su Mengyao. His potential isn't high, and he is only from the empty realm, but he has been married 8 times. This is the 9th. Soon, Zi Chen knew the cause and effect. It was said that Su Mengyao had been evading this for 100 years, but this time she suddenly agreed and was going to get married in a few days. And so many mystic realms and spirit realms appeared here all of a sudden. They all received invitations and went to attend the wedding. In addition to the mystic realms and spirit realms, it was said that there were also sovereigns on the list of invitations. "We know. Thank you for telling us." The monk smiled, then pulled Zi Chen out. Zi Chen's mood was very wrong, and even a fool could see the problem. But the realm lords didn't care. One of them smiled and said, "Sai, another one who came because of her reputation. Unfortunately, the goddess is going to marry someone else." This kind of situation didn't seem to be rare. Coming out of the tavern, looking at the gloomy Zi Chen, the monk smiled bitterly and said, "This is great. We're going to do something big again. I've said it before, we're not ordinary people. No matter where we go, we'll be extraordinary. Come, let the whole world tremble under our feet." "What are you going to do?" Dong Qing looked at Zi Chen and asked. "Kill." Zi Chen's response was simple but very decisive. He didn't ask the 2 of them for their thoughts, because there was no need to. At this time, the 2 of them wouldn't leave even if he drove them away. Zi Chen also wouldn't be so bored as to show his kindness to the 2 of them. This matter needs to be considered at length, and we need to make a plan. Dong Qing said again, "We have too few people and we don't have a plan. We can only fight and fight to the death." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "That's right, we can only fight to the death." The monk nodded in agreement. Everyone was afraid of death and no one wanted to die. But sometimes, knowing that death was inevitable, one still wanted to die. Knowing that death was unwise, one still insisted. What calmness! What wisdom! Sometimes it was useless. Gradually calming down, Zi Chen began to reconsider the problem. First of all, this was definitely not a trap because he had no enmity with Ethereal City. Moreover, in the vast Jianwu continent, Zi Chen was nothing at all. Secondly, he must see Su Mengyao. If we meet rashly, I'm afraid we'll alert the enemy. The monk said, "When Su Mengyao came, she didn't come alone. They must have informed her of your existence. but the other party didn't care. If Meng Yao was forced, then her residence must be in a state of lockdown. In this case, appearing in advance will only mess things up. In that case, we can only make a move at the wedding venue. The wedding venue is indeed a good place, because among the forces that came, not all of them are on good terms with Shimin Lu. If a few forces with enmity come and block Shimin Lu a few times, we may have a chance to escape. The monk said again, "That's right. Let's confirm the time first, then go to the venue to take a look. Finally, we'll make a simple escape route." After a simple discussion, Dong Qing went to inquire. This news was known to almost everyone. It was set to be a month later. Then, there was the issue of the invitation. It was said that only the mystic world and the spirit world could enter the venue. As for the empty world, they could watch from outside. The teleportation array will be repaired in 3 days. At that time, we'll go to Ethereal City first. 3 days later, the teleportation array was completed. The three followed the crowd and set foot in Ethereal City. After entering Ethereal City, the three saw the prosperity of Ethereal City. If it was 3 days ago, the three of them would have been amazed. But now, the three of them were in a heavy mood. Their expressions were naturally cold, and they seemed to be indifferent to the bustling city. Even if there were mystic world and spirit world everywhere, Zichen would kill his way out. Shimendong had married 8 times, but the previous 8 times were far inferior to this one in terms of scale and extravagance. Because the marriage partner this time was a future supreme, and it was very likely that she was in existence on par with the ethereal old ancestor. In addition, there was a supreme beast by her side. That was definitely a supreme. Shimin Lu had only used a cultivation technique in exchange for the service of 2 supreme beings. Naturally, he had profited greatly from this transaction. Therefore, this time, not only had he sent out invitations to the existences of the mystic world and spirit realm, he had also invited several supreme being experts to witness this grand wedding. After arriving at Ethereal City, the first thing the three of them did was to watch the wedding. It was a very large square in the center of the city. Now, the decorations were already underway. Lanterns and streamers were everywhere, and the atmosphere was jubilant. Chen looked at all of this indifferently. In his heart, he was thinking that this place would be filled with corpses and rivers of blood in a month's time. "Come, follow me to Su Mansion." Tyrant came in front of Chen and whispered in his ear, "Su Mansion." Chen was stunned when he heard this. Su Mengyao's residence is not in Ethereal City, but 100 miles outside of the city. Many people have gone to see it. If we go too, we won't arouse any suspicion. The three of them went out together. Sure enough, they saw many cultivators heading toward Su Mansion. On the day of the wedding, the bride would come out from here and enter the square of Ethereal City to hold the wedding. Outside Su Mansion, Chen looked at the mansion in front of him. His heartbeat suddenly quickened, and his emotions became agitated again. Chapter 1828. Looking at the residence ahead, Chen immersed himself in his memories, recalling the times they spent together. At this moment, Tyrant and Dong Qing were not idling around. Instead, they were circling around the mansion, sizing it up and investigating it. Obviously, it would be best if they could take Su Mengyao away, as it would save them a lot of trouble. A moment later, the two returned and shook their heads in disappointment. Tyrant said, "This place is full of forbidding auras. There might be experts hiding in the dark. It's impossible to take Su Mengyao away." It was not that the possibility was low, but that it did not exist at all. It meant there was no hope. Chen's expression returned to normal. He became calm and wise once again. He said calmly, "Then we can only wait." At the same time, Longhu suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately sensed a familiar aura, but it only lasted for a brief moment, as if it was just an illusion. He shook his head and closed his eyes again. His senses were only limited to the residence, as his senses were blocked from the outside world. The familiar feeling was only an illusion. However, he soon opened his eyes again with a cold flicker. He snapped, Piss off, who asked you to come? The person who came was naturally Shimendong. At this moment, there was no longer anger in his eyes as he looked at Longhu. There was also no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was disdain and complacency. He said, Longhu Mengyao and I will be married very soon. At that time, I will naturally be your master. Speaking to your master with such an attitude will make him very unhappy. You think you can be my master? Are you trying to die? Longhu rose to his feet. The murderous aura around him surged once again. Shimendong faintly smiled and said, Don't be in a hurry to get angry. I am very clear about your matters. I know that you once had a master in the lower bound called Zichin, and Meng Yao was also very fond of him. However, what's the use of that? This is the Zhanwu continent, a place where geniuses gather. Not to mention that Zichun is just a person from the lower bound, even if he is a genius of this world. So what? Geniuses are built on the premise of resources. Shimendong said proudly, Let's take you and Meng Yao as an example. If we didn't provide you with resources over the years, would you be able to achieve what you have now? I don't know that Zichin, but I believe he's just a clown. If he knew Meng Yao's current fortune, not only would he not stop her, he would even give her his blessings. He might even choose to kneel before me like a dog, begging me to take him in and give him a chance. Shimendong's words were full of pride. He didn't deliberately put on an act, as if he was narrating a very simple matter. In fact, it was indeed so. Which of those old things from the lower realm didn't wag their tails in front of him like a dog? Unfortunately, they didn't have the talent to improve their strength despite the resources given to them. Those old things praised Zichin to the skies. But so what? In the Zhanwu continent, even the high-level life forms came in waves. Here, without resources and without the support of a force, it was impossible for one person to grow. Shimendong's words didn't anger Longhu. Longhu said coldly, Shimendong, this kind of situation will only happen to you. In front of Zichin, you're not even worthy to carry his shoes. You should be glad that you didn't meet him. Otherwise, you would be killed by Zichin with a single finger. Uft! Shimendong chuckled disdainfully. Longhu, I've already learned about your situation. You've only been in this world for a few hundred years. Do you think a person can compete against a force in a few hundred years? It's not that I'm glad that I didn't meet him, but he's glad that he didn't meet me. If we were to meet, for Meng Yao's sake, if he were to kneel down and beg me like a dog, perhaps I would reward him with something. Otherwise, I'll teach him the reality of this world. The situation you mentioned will never happen. Leave now. Su Meng Yao's voice came out from the room. Meng Yao, what do you mean? We're going to be married soon. Can't we even see each other once? Shimendong was startled and asked in a confused tone, We'll talk about it when the time comes. I don't want to see you now. By the way, remember your conditions. All right, very well. Shimendong flung his sleeves and left after being given the cold shoulder once again. Shimendong's departure from the Su mansion naturally caused an uproar. Now he had undoubtedly become a celebrity in the Misty City. Zichin, who was about to leave, turned around after hearing the commotion. He immediately saw the middle-aged Shimendong, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If we kill him now, everything will be over. Tyrant suddenly appeared beside Zichin and said, It's just a mysterious world. It's easy to kill him. Zichin shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Let's not talk about whether he could kill Shimendong now. Even if he did, the other supreme beings might have sons or nephews. Zichin wanted to destroy the marriage itself, not just Shimendong. What's more, Shimendong wasn't alone. There were 4 people protecting him. For Shimendong, this kind of protection was actually very helpless. Although he was the one in charge here, there were too many experts here. Among them, there was no lack of hot-tempered and impulsive existences. It would be troublesome if both sides started a fight without saying a word. Moreover, as he walked through the crowd, there were many people with malicious looks in their eyes. Humph! Shimendong's gaze swept across the crowd. He snorted in disdain and headed toward Misty City. He almost brushed past Zichen. During this time, Shimendong even glanced at Zichen. However, Zichen's strength in the empty realm was directly ignored by him. What should we do now? Wait. At the same time, the devil ape, who had finished dealing with trivial matters, came to the Misty City. Then he heard the rumors of the marriage alliance. Yes, marriage alliance. The crimson eyes of the devil ape flashed with an evil red light. After a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he stepped onto the teleportation array that led to Misty City. During this time, the devil ape, who didn't deliberately cultivate, had already stepped into the empty realm. His current realm was close to that of the mysterious world. As for the speed of his growth, even the devil ape himself was surprised. Arriving at Misty City, the devil ape found an inn to stay in and waited. He didn't deliberately look for Zichen because he wasn't sure if Zichen would make it in time. As time passed, more and more people went to the Su Manor every day. Among them, there were many beautiful women who brought all kinds of clothes for Su Mengyao to choose from. No need to choose. I'll take this. Su Mengyao casually picked up a white dress, which was what she usually wore. How can this do? A bride should dress up beautifully. No need. It's actually just a deal. A look of determination flashed in Su Mengyao's eyes. It was indeed a deal, but one side only traded cultivation methods, while Su Mengyao had to put her life on the line. Rather than a deal, it was more like a gamble. As the time of the wedding approached, Su Mengyao divined again and again, but the heavens seemed to be blinded. She couldn't get rid of the fog and see the real scene. Now she could only gamble. Time. Perhaps there was still time. Su Mengyao closed her eyes, and a figure appeared in her mind again. She had waited for this figure for hundreds of years, but he never appeared. Su Mengyao wasn't disappointed. As she said, as long as she got the cultivation method, there was still time, and there was still hope. The wedding was imminent, and experts from all walks of life came. Just the powerful supreme figures alone, there were 5. Obviously, they gave enough face to Shimin Lu of Misty City. However, among the 5 supreme beings, 4 of them were invited, while one of them came uninvited. It was a middle-aged man, but his sharpness was exposed like an unsheathed blade, making people unable to look at him directly. Shimin Lu specially received the 5 supreme figures. After seeing the middle-aged man, he was slightly startled and said, "May I know who this supreme is?" "He's La Meng. This time he heard that your son is getting married, so he came to congratulate you." The supreme named Jean Lei said. Thank you. I'm Shimin Lu." Shimin Lu cupped his fists. "Shimin Supreme, this time, other than congratulating you, there's actually something I want to discuss with you all." La Meng said. "Oh, what is it?" Shimin Lu's face was filled with curiosity, but the other supreme figures were relatively calm. "Shimin Supreme, you should be familiar with the 7th mainland's supreme mountain, right?" "Mount Supreme." Shimin Lu was slightly startled, and his expression began to change. After a while he said, "Mount Supreme is a unique wonder of the 7th mainland, so of course I know where it is. However, every time it is opened, it requires 6 keys, and each key can bring 6 people in. Not a single key can be missing." La Meng faintly smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, Shimin should have a key on him." This wasn't a secret among the supreme figures. Hearing this, Shimin Lu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, "That means Brother La has a 6th key on him." La Meng nodded and said, "That's right. I originally came here to discuss going to Mount Supreme, but I didn't expect to run into your son's wedding. How about we set off after the wedding?" As he spoke, La Meng took out a shining token. The token was surging with a mysterious aura. It has the same aura as the other keys. That's right. A smile appeared on Shimin Lu's face as he took out the same key. At the same time, the other 4 supreme figures took out their keys as well. The 2 keys gathered together and formed a picture. On the picture, a majestic mountain was carved. It was clearly Mount Supreme. La Meng smiled and took his key. The others also took their own keys. They had been supreme for many years, and it was very difficult for them to take another step and become immortal. As for Mount Supreme, it was an opportunity. After the 6 Supreme figures finished their discussion, they waited for the wedding to end. However, no one noticed the mysterious smile that flashed across La Ming's face. Time passed, and the day of the wedding arrived. All the cultivators gathered in Misty City. Chapter 1829. Looking at the red-robed Shimendong, who was leaving with a face full of pride and excitement, Tyrant asked, "Do you want to kill him?" Zichen glanced at Tyrant and said, "That guy beside him is clearly a supreme being. If you want to go, then go." Tyrant praised, "I didn't expect you to have such sharp senses. Seems like that old thing, Shimen. Lu can't afford to fail this time. He actually sent a supreme being, although his aura isn't stable and is between a supreme being and a spiritual realm expert. He's definitely an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Let's wait and see," Zichen said indifferently. At the same time, outside the city, there was also a pair of cold eyes watching Shimendong's departure. Su family, Su Mingyao's residence. A maid said, "Miss, the son-in-law is already here. We should go." Su Mingyao, who was dressed in white, said softly but firmly, "He's Shimendong, not the son-in-law." The maid sighed and said, "Miss, why are you so stubborn? After marrying the son-in-law, you can get whatever you want. Why are you still so stubborn?" Usually, only this maid could speak a few words with Su Mingyao. The two of them had a good relationship. Su Mingyao looked out of the window and suddenly smiled. For a moment, the room seemed to be filled with light, making the flowers lose their color. "Little Red, you don't understand. In this world, other than resources, there are many other things worth pursuing and sacrificing." The maid named Little Red said, "I know who you're talking about. It's that Zichen, right? But you're so infatuated with him. Where is he now? Now that you're no longer in control, where is he? Perhaps he has already forgotten you. I heard that all men are heartless." Recalling that figure in her mind, Su Mingyao smiled again. Every time that name was mentioned, no matter how bad her mood was, Su Mingyao would still smile. "He won't forget about me. Even if he didn't come now, he will come one day. When that time comes, I think Misty City will definitely pay the price." Lil Red asked somewhat worriedly, "Is that possible?" "Young miss, you should know that there are quite a few utmost exalted experts in Misty City. Just the young master's lineage alone has a few." Su Mingyao said, "If it was a realm overlord, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to do anything to Misty City. But if the one who came was a sovereign, then Misty City would be in danger." Lil Red tilted its head, still in disbelief. How could a mere supreme being be able to shake the foundation of Misty City that had existed for tens of thousands of years? However, those who had not seen Zichen would not be able to imagine how powerful Zichen was. Zichen, on the other hand, was known to be invincible among those of the same level. If they were all supremes, then he would definitely be invincible among them. Su Mingyao, who was in a bad mood, suddenly felt better when she thought of Zichen. Even if she failed the bet today and ended up dying, Su Mingyao's eyes were filled with happiness when she thought about how Zichen had become a venerable one and came to Piamiao City for her. Of course, she would not marry Shimendong. She only belonged to one person, and that was Zichen. Su Mingyao, who was in a much better mood, took the initiative to stand up and walk out of the room. Longhu had already stood up and was waiting there. When he saw Su Mingyao coming out, he said, "Don't worry this time. Nothing will happen to you." Su Mingyao nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time. If anything happens midway, remember to leave immediately." "I will." Longhu nodded. At this moment, the sound of music and instruments could be heard outside the Su residence. The aura of an emperor was released, indicating the arrival of the wedding procession. Roar! Longhu roared into the sky, and the roar of a dragon and a tiger immediately resounded between heaven and earth. The majesty of a supreme beast spread out. Outside the Su residence, the emperors who were there to escort the bride almost collapsed to the ground in fear. Zi Chen and the monk who had followed the main group heard the familiar roar of a dragon and a tiger, and their expressions immediately changed. The monk's face was filled with disbelief. "It's Long Hu," Zi Chen said with certainty. "That's right, this must be Long Hu's voice. No wonder it was delayed for 100 years. Long Hu is guarding this place. It's a pity that he hasn't become a supreme yet and can't protect Su Mengyao completely." In another direction, the demon ape murmured. Long Hu's voice could be heard. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. The two of them, who were initially in a heavy mood, could not help but smile after hearing this familiar voice. "It's Long Hu Supreme. That's right, it's Long Hu Supreme. That's the mount of goddess Su Mengyao. A supreme is willing to be a mount. This shows how high the potential of the goddess is. It'll be a piece of cake for her to become a supreme in the future. This time, Shimendong has picked up a great bargain. Not only did he marry a supreme beauty, he even got a supreme mount." The discussions in the surroundings confirmed Long Hu's identity. At this moment, the door of the Su residence opened. Su Mengyao, who was wearing a white robe and a thin white veil, appeared on the back of Long Hu Supreme. "Mengyao, let's go." Shimendong's heart skipped a beat when he saw the alluring Su Mengyao, who was emitting a seductive aura. He immediately went forward impatiently. "It's fine, I'll sit on Long Hu's back. It won't bring shame to the Shimen clan if the supreme beast takes me along." Su Mengyao rejected Shimendong's kindness. That's fine too. Although Shimendong was unwilling, he had no choice but to accept it on the surface. However, he was planning to teach her a lesson at night. Su Mingyao's appearance caused an uproar among the crowd. It was also Zi Chen's first time seeing Su Mingyao after so many years. Even with a veil, Zi Chen could still feel her beauty and tranquility. Although he could not see Su Mingyao's appearance, Dongqing was already ashamed of his inferiority. Su Mengyao had a unique temperament that ordinary people did not have. More than a dozen people walked out from the wedding procession and stood on both sides of Long Hu. The weakest among them were from the mystic world. Although it was called a wedding procession, it was actually more like a guard. Shimendong and Su Mengyao walked side by side into the city. Long Hu intentionally released his supreme being aura. Shimendong's mount was also very careful as it advanced. The entire Misty City was already decorated with lanterns and streamers. The few elders who came with Su Mengyao also appeared in a very dignified manner, representing the identity of Su Mingyao's family. The huge plaza was completely decorated into a wedding venue. Apart from that, the entire plaza was specially condensed with great magic power. The weakest existences that could enter the plaza were from the empty world. Moreover, they were from the empty world with high status. There weren't many empty world existences among them. Most of them were from the mystic world and the spiritual world. On the main seats sat 6 utmost exalted level characters. Today's wedding would be witnessed by 6 supreme beings. Naturally, there wouldn't be any accidents. Following a cheer, a pair of newlyweds entered the city and headed straight for the plaza. The most attractive thing was, of course, the Long Hu supreme being and the bride on his back. Even the supreme beings were moved when they saw them. It's actually the Long Hu supreme being. Shock flashed through Kameng's eyes. The Long Hu supreme being would become a supreme being expert once it matured. Moreover, it would definitely be one of the best among supreme beings. It was like the difference between a higher life form and a human realm lord. Once the Long Hu supreme being broke through, 6 supreme beings might not be able to subdue a single Long Hu supreme being. Amazing! Brother Shimen's daughter-in-law is really amazing. Not only does she have the potential to become a supreme being, she even has a supreme being beast by her side. After this marriage, the prestige of Brother Shimen's clan will rise even higher in Misty City. Facing the compliments of the supreme beings, Shimen Lu smiled proudly. As for the cold and jealous gazes in private, he didn't seem to care at all. Misty City wasn't dominated by family clans. Although it was a huge city, it was more like a sect. Apart from Shimen Lu, there were other supreme beings here. The descendants of these supreme beings naturally had thoughts about Su Mengyao. However, it was a pity that they had missed the opportunity to take in a disciple back then. That was why Ximendong got there first. Along the way, there were experts guarding Ximendong. In fact, they weren't worried about others attacking Ximendong. Instead, they were guarding against the disciples of the supreme beings. Brother Ximen, I heard that you've paid a huge price for this marriage. A supreme being's voice rang out beside him. Ximen Lu smiled and said, "It can't be considered a price. It can only be considered a betrothal gift. What I took out was the ethereal inaction technique left behind by the old ancestor, a useless technique in exchange for two supreme beings. It's worth it. However, Brother Ximen, aren't you worried about any unforeseen events in the future? A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. What unforeseen events can happen? Moreover, once the two of them get married and have children, there's even less to worry about. Moreover, as her master, I've treated my disciple well. There won't be any unforeseen events." Ximen Lu said. The two of them arrived at the square. The surrounding people retreated. The two newlyweds stood at the center of the square. Above them were Ximen Lu and the other supreme beings. Following that, a manager came and started to say some words. Without a doubt, he was welcoming everyone and saying that they should eat and drink well. After that, it was time for them to bow. However, before that, Ximen Lu handed over a ball of light to the manager. The ball of light attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, everyone understood what that ball of light meant. It was an extremely powerful and special technique. It was called ethereal inaction. In the hands of some people, it was a treasure. In the hands of others, it was a piece of trash. After the manager handed over the technique to Su Mengyao thanked him softly. Then, she started to cultivate it. The manager joked that the bride was in a hurry. Next, Su Mengyao closed her eyes and carefully comprehended the ethereal inaction technique. She was completely immersed in it. She didn't care about the situation around her anymore. Such a scene caused everyone to be startled. It was obvious that the wedding could not proceed. The entire wedding scene was in an uproar because of the change in the bride. Ximendong was embarrassed. His face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, Su Mengyao had tricked him. Chapter 1830. Ximen Lu said that the wedding should continue, but how should it continue? The bride was still refining the skill, and she was not moving at all. Was he going to force her to continue? At this moment, the rumor that Ximen Lu had used his status as a supreme being to force this marriage was finally confirmed. The crowd was in an uproar, and with the addition of some deliberate voices, the entire wedding scene was extremely awkward. Brother Ximen, the bride can't wait to refine the skill. She doesn't seem to care about the marriage. Looking at Su Mengyao, who was refining the skill, Lao Meng said. Ximen Lu smiled faintly and said, "It's just a small conflict between husband and wife. Don't worry, the wedding will continue. Mengyao is my disciple and her family is here. This marriage was previously agreed upon by both parties. Then why not wait for the bride to finish refining the skill before holding the wedding?" Another voice rang out from the crowd. "There are so many guests here. How can we neglect our friends? The wedding will continue." Ximen Lu said again and raised his voice. The manager nodded, and then used his eyes to signal the two maids to come over. One of them was Xiao Hong. The two maids did not dare to disobey, and immediately came forward. Let's see who dares. A purplish golden light flashed, and Longhu's supreme being turned into a ray of light and arrived before Su Mengyao. The aura of a supreme being spread out. Whoever dares to touch Su Mengyao will die. As the cold voice rang out, Longhu released a powerful aura, which immediately locked onto Ximendong. The feeling of a sharp edge on his back made his expression change drastically. With a strange cry, he retreated into the distance. This scene was extremely embarrassing, and even louder laughter rang out from the crowd. Some even crossed their arms and sneered as they watched the show. Obviously, by now, even a fool could see that this was a forced marriage. Longhu, are you courting death? Hearing the laughter, Shimendong's expression turned even uglier. He had lost a lot of face just now. Before Su Mengyao wakes up, I will fight anyone who dares to touch her. Longhu's voice rang out in the entire square. Longhu, I can understand your feelings, but this is a wedding. My disciple Meng Yao doesn't know the depth of her cultivation and accidentally entered. I don't know how long it will take for her to comprehend. Today we are all friends. So can you let us finish the wedding first? When the time comes, I will personally protect my disciple. Shimin Lu said with a pleasant expression. Longhu looked at Shimin Lu. His eyes filled with mockery and said in a cold voice, I told you, no one is allowed to touch her. Although it was only an empty realm, even if it was a profound realm, they would still need to think twice if they encountered Longhu. This led to many profound realms in the surroundings, but they did not dare to rashly approach. The previously amiable Shimin Lu gradually turned gloomy. He waved his sleeves and said, What nonsense! Take it away. Obviously, Shimin Lu was angry. If he continued to delay, then it would be a real slap to the face of Shimin clan. Several profound realm masters were just about to step forward when another voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. This voice was very loud, like a great bell. Those who were moving forward felt their bodies tremble, and they subconsciously stopped. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. They wanted to see who dared to speak at this time. Those who were waiting to watch a good show were also looking forward to it. But in the next moment, they were disappointed because the one who spoke was only an empty realm master. He was not considered an expert at all, and he did not even have the qualifications to receive an invitation. He was just standing outside, and now he was walking in. Moreover, this guy was a bald monk. They really did not understand why a monk would suddenly appear in such a situation. However, compared to the disappointed crowd, Longhu's body shook when he turned his head and saw this empty realm master. Disbelief immediately appeared on his face. The monk who stepped forward winked at Longhu. He stepped onto the stage under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Then he waved his hand to the crowd and said, Everyone, today is a joyous occasion. A joyous occasion. Why do you all have to be unhappy? Everyone nodded. It was a joyous occasion, so of course they had to be happy. Only the few elders from the Tianmu continent who represented Su Mingyao's family immediately felt their good mood sink to the bottom when they saw the monk. They knew very well that this monk had not come to be a peacemaker. He had come to cause trouble, Since it's a joyous wedding, then everyone who came here naturally came in a joyous mood. I don't think this is the Shimin family's problem. Many people in the crowd nodded. Shimin Lu's expression relaxed, and he also nodded. Even Shimin Dong was also smiling, but the ridicule in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Clearly, this was another person who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to seek refuge with Shimin clan, and clearly wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Many people had the same thought. For a moment, there were also many people who looked at the monk with disdain. However, everyone ignored the fact that Longhu did not target this monk who had suddenly appeared. Furthermore, he had not said a single word since he had appeared. He had even allowed him to come to Su Mingyao's side. Everyone, this matter naturally cannot be blamed on the Shimin family. Of course, it cannot be blamed on Su Mengyao. I feel that if there is someone to blame, then everyone is to blame. His words caused an uproar. One of them said, Why blame us? The monk said matter-of-factly, Because you all have not expressed your stance. What stance? Express whether you agree to this wedding or not. You still need our consent? Everyone was dumbfounded. Of course, do you all agree? The monk asked again. Of course. Many people spoke, but some chose to remain silent. Shimin Lu frowned once again. It was unclear if he was dissatisfied with the monk or with those who remained silent. As for the other supreme beings, they looked at the monk with smiles. The monk looked at the crowd and said, "Look at you all. None of you are speaking the truth. It's obvious that you all don't agree in your hearts. Why don't you say it out loud?" "Who says we don't agree in our hearts?" someone asked. "Because I don't agree in the first place." The monk's words shocked the crowd. Initially, they thought he was using this opportunity to curry favor with the Shimin family. They did not expect him to say something like this. "Monk, what are you talking about?" Shimin Dong looked at the monk and said in a stern voice, "I said that I don't agree to this marriage. I'll give 3 reasons. Get out of here. This is our marriage. What does it have to do with you? Get out of here, or you'll die." Shimin Dong was almost mad with anger. The monk said calmly, "I think you should ask me which 3 reasons you don't agree with. Maybe you'll change your mind the moment I say it. By then, I'll naturally give you my blessings. Maybe everyone has the same idea as me. Okay, then tell me." Shimin Dong suppressed the urge to kill the monk and opened his mouth again. He had secretly sworn in his heart that if this guy could not say anything good, he would definitely beat him to death at the next moment. After all, there was a gap of 1 realm between them. First of all, compared with Su Mingyao's young and beautiful appearance, you are old and ugly. Laughter came from the crowd again. Shimin Dong's gloomy face was almost dripping water. Second, compared with Su Mingyao's perfect figure, you are disabled and lacking. This time, in addition to the laughter, some people in the crowd also asked the monk how he understood the aesthetic standards. Shimin Dong was almost fuming with anger. Third, in terms of talent, you are not even worthy to carry Su Mingyao's shoes. Tell me, this ugly, short, old, and disabled guy, what right does he have to marry Su Mingyao? Open your dog eyes and see if you are worthy." The monk looked at Shimin Dong and said in a deep voice, "You are not even comparable to a toad, and you still want to marry Su Mingyao." Shimin Dong was already fuming. He swore that he would immediately beat this monk who was full of nonsense to death. And the others had obviously seen that this was a monk who came to make trouble. They were very satisfied in their hearts. Take this crazy monk who is spouting nonsense away. Shimin Lu finally couldn't bear it any longer and shouted loudly, "I am telling the truth. Does no one agree with me?" The monk asked. The scene was dead silent. At this time, everyone could see that Shimin Lu was angry. This Jizun might even make a move. Who would dare to speak carelessly? They thought that they would not get any response. Who knew that a voice suddenly came from below? "I agree. This guy is too ugly. He is even uglier than me." A black shadow suddenly came to the scene. It was the devil ape. The hearts of those elders immediately sank to the bottom of the valley, and even their expressions became unnatural. The one who came was the devil ape, the sky-splitting battle ape. He was Zi Chen's friend. According to human standards, the devil ape was very ugly. But now, the devil ape said that Shimin Dong was uglier than him. This directly made Shimin Dong so angry that smoke began to come out of his body. You! Shimin Dong was so angry that his body trembled and he could not say a word. What? I said wrong. The devil ape stared at Shimin Dong with his red eyes. For some reason, the devil ape from the empty realm made Shimin Dong, who was from the mystic world, feel danger at this moment. With people coming to make trouble one after another, the Shimin clan's face was completely lost. Shimin Lu looked around and motioned for those people to quickly make a move. At this moment, suddenly a hysterical shout was heard. "He is the evil good monk. He is the sky-splitting battle ape. They are both here to make trouble. They are Su Mingyao's friends." The one who spoke was one of the elders. With that one sentence, he practically used up all the strength in his body and collapsed to the ground. It was not because of anything else. It was because the two of them were too famous in the Tianwu continent. This time, the uproar around them grew even louder. That's right. We are Su Mingyao's friends. Today, with us here, anyone who dares to force Su Mingyao will die, said the devil ape coldly. Humph, damn things. No wonder you came to make trouble. I just want to see what methods you people from the lower realm have to dare to make trouble with the strength of the empty realm. Shimendong said angrily, "Let alone you. Even if Ziqin came personally, I would make him kneel in front of me and watch me marry Su Mengyao." Chapter 1831. Shimendong had only said it casually, and he did not expect someone to respond to him in the crowd. Turning his head, Shimendong saw a young and handsome figure. Although Ziqin's appearance couldn't be described as perfect, he was definitely handsome. Compared to the middle-aged Shimendong, Ziqin's appearance was much better. Ziqin looked at Shimendong and smiled sarcastically, saying, "Does your family know how capable you are?" As Shimendong's father, Shimin Lu's face darkened. He knew his son's abilities. "Ziqin. It's Ziqin. He's Ziqin," another elder of the Fomio sect exclaimed. They never expected Ziqin to show up at a time like this. Because there were too many legends about Ziqin, the elders ignored the fact that Ziqin only had the strength of the empty realm. Their faces went pale. It was obvious that the Ziqin who showed up would not let the Shimin clan go, but he would not let them go either. "You're Ziqin." Shimendong looked at Ziqin, and his eyes began to spit fire. The monk's words seemed to be echoing in his mind. Ugly, short, old, and broken. Others did not know who Ziqin was, but Shimendong knew very well. He was the one who Su Mengyao had been thinking about, and the one who was causing trouble this time. The maid from before, Little Red, also looked at Ziqin. It had to be said that he was a handsome and attractive man, but his strength was too low, and he was only of the empty realm. In a place like this, where there were mystic realms and spirit realms everywhere, the empty realm could only be a bystander. Other than his good looks, there was nothing else. As such, Little Red gave Ziqin such an evaluation. It was only natural for Shimin Lu to be enraged, as there were people who jumped out to cause trouble one after another. However, those who jumped out were all from the empty realm, and they were definitely clowns. Under such circumstances, if a great supreme were to make a move without careful consideration, he would definitely become the subject of ridicule. In this kind of situation, Shimin Lu couldn't make a move. Fortunately, Shimendong wasn't stupid. Especially after seeing Ziqin, the anger in his heart was completely ignited. He angrily shouted, "Go, catch him!" The others retreated right away, but there were still several from the empty realm who deliberately stepped forward. Those people had the intention of befriending the Shimin clan, and they were able to tell that Ziqin's level was not high. 4 empty realm beings closed in on Ziqin in an instant. Ziqin looked at the 4 of them and said coldly, "I'm here to kill today. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately." In response to Ziqin's words, for people sneered, the 4 of them charged forward, unleashing energy attacks in an attempt to trap Ziqin. Among them was a chain attack. The chain was completely composed of pure energy. Like a spirit snake, it swept toward Ziqin. Ziqin formed a sword with 2 fingers and pointed forward. A sword chi formed from the world of destruction shot towards the spirit snake. Uft! With a soft sound, the spirit snake was annihilated. The power of the sword chi did not diminish at all. In an instant, it pointed at the other party's brow. 1 finger, and an empty realm being died. Such a scene caused even more uproar, and even more empty realm cultivators retreated. Boom! At the same time, Ziqin clenched his fist and punched out. Above the dazzling light of the fist, there was a terrifying aura. In addition to the world of destruction, the world of destruction itself was violent lightning energy. This blow forcibly shattered the attack of the second empty realm being, and then hit the other party's chest. The energy completely exploded, and even the empty realm being's body exploded. 1 punch had blown up an empty realm being. When the other 2 empty realm beings saw this, their expressions changed drastically. Regret appeared in their eyes. Their figures flashed, and they wanted to retreat immediately. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ziqin had said before that he was here to kill today. A light flashed under his feet, and he instantly appeared in front of the two empty realm beings. His hands slashed across their necks, and two heads flew up. The last two empty realm beings died. Originally, there were still many cultivators standing beside Zichen, but with the death of the four empty realm beings one after another, there was no one left beside him. Those empty realm beings who were of high status and came to attend the wedding had already run out of the field in fright. They looked from afar, their faces full of horror. As for those from the mystic realm, they looked at Zichen in front of them, cautiously. There were many strong cultivators in Floating City, but they had never seen an empty realm being able to kill an empty realm being in such a big formation. Each and every one of them was stunned. Little Red, who had previously commented that Zichen was useless, was even more shocked and opened her mouth wide, looking at Zichen in disbelief. Shimendong, who was from the mystic realm, was also shocked. On the high platform, several Supremes were also stunned. They did not expect that this guy who came to cause trouble would have such powerful combat strength. Among the 6 Supremes, only one person's expression was not stunned, but full of surprise. That was Radium Meng. At first glance, he recognized that the energy used by Zichen's attack was the power of thunder, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. Then, as Zichen threw out a punch, his expression changed slightly, and he recognized that it was the Thunder Emperor Fist. In the end, Zichen showed the world's fastest speed unique to the Thunder Clan, the 9 lightning strikes. Interesting, very interesting. After the surprise, Radium Meng smiled and continued to watch the show, with no intention of interfering. How dare you kill people here? Kill him. In addition to the shock, Shimendong's heart was also filled with a strong killing intent, and he shouted at the nearby mystic realm beings. Obviously, he had the intention to kill. Previously, they were capturing people, so the empty realm beings did not take out their weapons, but now that they were going to kill, the mystic realm cultivators certainly would not hold back. In a flash of brilliance, imperial weapons appeared in their hands. Kill! With a low shout, one of the mystic realm beings took the lead and rushed towards Zichen. The battle of the mystic realm affected a wider area. The people in the square also left the square one after another. The devil ape and the monk had already reached Su Mingyao's side, guarding her as she comprehended the cultivation method. Dong Qing was still in the crowd and had not been exposed, so it was Zichen's time to kill. A dragon spear appeared in Zichen's hand. In the world, the realm power was completely berserk, and the rich realm power provided Zichen with an endless supply of power. The battle had to be ended quickly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sword aura went straight for Zichen's face. Clang! Zichen blocked with his spear, and a huge, unimaginable force came from the tip of the spear. The sword chi instantly shattered, followed by sparks flying in all directions. The huge force directly shook off the Profound World sword. This unexpected force attack had caused the Profound World to be exposed. The dragon spear in Zichen's hand was like a venomous snake, and in an instant it was pointed at Mystic Realm's throat. This attack was as fast as light and full of power. The defense formed by Mystic Realm's body was broken in an instant. Soul annihilation. The long spear pointed at Mystic Realm's throat, and the destructive realm power formed a kind of soul annihilation energy, which went straight into the opponent's sea of consciousness and annihilated his soul. Ugh. Mystic Realm looked at Zichen in a daze, and his eyes widened to the limit. The colorful light in the depths of his pupils gradually dissipated. After Zichen pulled out his spear, Mystic Realm's body fell backward, dead. A powerful Mystic Realm died, just like that. Moreover, he died at the hands of an empty realm. This was an unbelievable scene. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Shimendong's heart was cold. If the other party could easily destroy Mystic Realm, he could obviously take care of him as well. To be able to kill an enemy above his level, Little Red was completely stunned. She couldn't help but recall the scene when she talked with the young Mississippi. At that time, the young miss was very certain that as long as Zichen reached the Supreme Being level, Ethereal City would be in danger. At that time, Little Red couldn't understand the sentence, but today, seeing Mystic Realm die with her own eyes, she believed it. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Shimendong was really frightened. After shouting angrily, he quickly retreated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After knowing how powerful Zichen was, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. One by one, Mystic Realm experts rushed forward with weapons. For a time, many attacks were directed at Zichen. Under Zichen's feet, light flashed, and the 9 times lightning appeared. His entire body began to dodge in a small area. A blade light slashed down on Zichen's side, missing Zichen by only a hair's breadth. Poof! Zichen, who dodged the attack, turned around and immediately pierced the Mystic Realm expert's heart with his spear. As long as they were hit by Zichen, the powerful force would definitely destroy their life force. Therefore, almost every attack Zichen made was fatal. Poof! 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 In the blink of an eye, the 4 Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward fell down and died. They joined forces to besiege Zichen, but in less than 4 rounds, Zichen killed 4 Mystic Realm experts with a spear. What are you still standing there for? This kind of murderous demon, everyone has the right to kill. Shimendong's shout rang out again. Light flashed again, and more Mystic Realm experts rushed forward. However, none of the Spirit Realm experts moved. They all watched quietly. As a supreme being, Shimin Lu didn't come out because he was concerned about his reputation. These Spirit Realm experts were existences second only to supreme beings. Of course, they also had a reputation. Facts proved once again that Zichen's strength was beyond doubt. All the Mystic Realm experts who came forward were killed by Zichen. Powerful attacks, extremely fast footsteps, almost made Zichen invincible. More people, all of you, attack. Shimendong was still shouting. He looked at Zichen, who was crazily slaughtering the Mystic Realm experts, and was almost scared out of his wits. He no longer dared to say that he would personally kill Zichen. More Mystic Realm experts rushed forward without a care for their lives. There were quite a few of them. On the high platform, when Hua Meng saw this scene, he shook his head and said, "It's useless. This little guy has the fastest speed in the world, and the power in his body is extraordinarily strong. He's not weaker than the Mystic Realm experts at all. In this case, no matter how many Mystic Realm experts there are, they will all die." Shimin Lu's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. He had never seen an existence with such battle prowess. However, the current situation was just as Hua Meng said. Zichen was surrounded by corpses, but the Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward didn't even leave a single wound on his body. Even his clothes weren't torn. In this case, the Mystic Realm experts would only be throwing their lives away. As if seeing this, the Mystic Realm experts who rushed forward began to retreat, their eyes full of horror. However, Zichen wasn't ready to let them go. He suddenly loosened the spear in his hand, and the spear turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Imperial sword technique. Zichen used the spear as a sword. Pooh! Pooh! Light flashed, piercing the Mystic Realm experts' foreheads and destroying their souls. Chapter 1832. The plaza was originally a wedding venue, but now it was filled with corpses. These corpses were still emitting a suffocating aura. Aside from the 4 corpses that were from the empty realm, the rest were from the Mystic Realm. But now, there were only a few living people in the huge square. Zichen, Tyrant, Devil Ape, Su Mengyao, Longhu, and the few Supremes sitting on the stage. As for Shimendong, he had already retreated far away. The remaining Mystic Realm and Spirit Realm cultivators all left the plaza. Zichen had single-handedly killed all of the Profound World's cultivators until they were scared witless. Under such circumstances, only the Spirit Realm cultivators could stop him. However, no one knew if the spirit realm cultivators were protecting their status or afraid of Zi Chen's strength, but they didn't participate. The wedding was already a farce, and now it couldn't be resolved. If Shimin Lu personally appeared, even if he killed the other party, it would still be embarrassing. Shimin Lu swept his gaze across the spiritual realm cultivators and said indifferently, "Whoever kills this bastard when Mount Supreme opens, my Shimin lineage will give him a spot." His words immediately caused an uproar. Mount Supreme was very famous in the Seventh Mainland. It was a place of opportunity for Supremes, but it was also a place that all spirit realm cultivators dreamed of, because it also had the opportunity to become a Supremes. Unfortunately, due to the limited number of slots, every time Mount Supreme opened, only Supremes would enter. The spirit realm cultivators didn't have the qualifications to enter. But now, in order to stop Zi Chen, Shimin Lu actually gave out a slot as a reward. A spirit realm being walked out from the crowd without any hesitation as a great reward was bound to attract brave men. When the other spirit realm cultivators saw that someone had beaten them to it, they all revealed vexed expressions. The spirit realm cultivators were second only to Supremes. Every single one of them was a big shot. At this moment, just as the spirit realm cultivator walked out, exclamations came from all around. "Tang Feiyang, it's Tang Feiyang." Tang Feiyang, a spirit realm cultivator. He specializes in using the blade. His ice/blade art is extremely powerful. In the mystic world, he once killed 3 cultivators of the same level with a single blade. After entering the spirit realm, he has been in seclusion. Since Tang Feiyang has made his move, then this young man is in danger. Amidst the cries of surprise, Zi Chen learned of the other party's identity. Coincidentally, both of them used blades. Tang Feiyang walked towards the center of the field, his steps light and graceful. He seemed to be very relaxed, but his heart was filled with vigilance. The other party was able to slaughter the entire profound world, so it was obvious that they could not simply judge him by his realm. Furthermore, the other party dared to cause a ruckus at the wedding under such circumstances. Other than guts, they also had combat power. While moving forward, a long saber appeared in Tang Feiyang's hand. The body of the saber was blue, and as it flickered, it rippled like blue waves. Zi Chen lifted his leg and kicked the corpse beside him away. He put away the dragon spear in his hand and grabbed a sheathed black blade instead. "Oh, you use a saber too?" Tang Feiyang chuckled. Zi Chen remained silent. He held his saber horizontally in front of his chest. His left hand held the scabbard, while his right hand slowly rested on the hilt. Zi Chen's movements were very slow, but they gave people a lot of pressure. Tang Feiyang's expression couldn't help but become serious. The cheers in the field gradually stopped. Everyone's attention was focused on the 2 people in the field. Su Mengyao was still comprehending the ethereal imaction technique. Her body exuded a mysterious aura, and at the same time, there was a slight fluctuation from her body. Unfortunately, no one was paying attention to her anymore. The monk, the demon ape, and Long Hu guarded Su Mengyao in the middle. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at the field. Zi Chen was going to fight against the spirit realm, but they didn't look nervous or worried. The spirit realm wasn't their real enemy. The real enemy was the Supremes, and the spirit realm was just a stepping stone. Zi Chen definitely couldn't stop here and fall. The atmosphere in the field became extremely oppressive. Waves of aura spread out in all directions, making some of the empty realm and profound world very uncomfortable, as if there was a sharp edge on their backs. Among the 6 Supremes, other than Shimin Lu's gloomy face, the other 5 were all looking at Zi Chen with curious expressions. It was obvious that the empty realm versus the spirit realm, fighting 2 levels higher, was something they had never seen before. Among them, Radio Meng's eyes were the brightest. He looked at Zi Chen as if he was looking at a rare item. The aura of the spirit realm emanated from Tang Feiyang's body, and an extremely agile realm power emerged. The spirit realm belonged to the last realm of the Realm Lord. The realm power would change, and the entire world would change greatly. The power of the Agile realm power was naturally powerful. The blue saber in his hand suddenly began to shine. In the light, there seemed to be monstrous waves forming, as if there was an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was the Agile realm power as if it was alive. An extremely powerful aura was released. Under this aura, Tang Feiyang looked mysterious and tall, like a giant looking down at Zichen. Zichen also released his own aura. This aura was very strong and heavy, but it didn't have as much momentum as Tang Feiyang. At this moment, Zichen was like a stubborn human facing a huge monster, raising a butcher's knife. His courage was commendable, but there was a big difference in all aspects. In terms of momentum alone, Zichen was much weaker. Many people shook their heads in disappointment. Is he going to stop? Lil, Red, looked at the scene nervously. Zichen had shocked her time and time again. Now, she had chosen to believe in Zichen, just like her mistress. Although the current Zichen appeared to be very small, she kept feeling that within this small figure, there was an unimaginably strong power. This power might really be able to shake Tang Feiyang, whose aura was currently soaring. His aura rose to the peak, and the power of the Imperial Weapon Blue Saber also reached its limit. He took the opportunity to slash down. Boom! There seemed to be a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. The sky and earth split open, and a huge saber light descended from the sky, slashing straight at Zichen. This attack carried the power of heaven and earth. It was like a giant facing an ant, and it easily stepped out. However, ants also had their resistance, their unyielding, and their perseverance and resistance. In the face of this vast attack, the veins on Zichen's right hand, which was holding the saber hilt, bulged. He then pulled the saber out with force. It seemed that the scabbard also felt Zichen's will. At this moment, it suddenly shone, and the light even overshadowed the light of the saber light. Swoosh! The light on the scabbard flashed, and only the saber light was left in the world. This was a very bright saber light, bright but not dazzling. It seemed very gentle, like the light at the beginning of heaven and earth, gentle and bright. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted by this saber and the light. The resistance of the ants didn't seem vast, nor was it powerful. However, the light that appeared couldn't be suppressed by any kind of energy. The vast saber light that seemed to hold up the sky fell from the sky, slashing at the bright saber light. Swoosh! The vast saber light was divided into two, and the bright light with unimaginable power moved forward, heading straight for Tang Feiyang. In the eyes of everyone, the saber light was bright and gentle, and there was no danger at all. However, in his eyes it was like a flood, a giant ancient beast heading straight for him. Under the bright saber light, his reaction seemed to have slowed down a lot. He could only raise his saber with difficulty and block in front of him. Swoosh! Tang Feiyang's block seemed very weak. The bright saber light swept past the saber and his body and then disappeared. With the light gone, everyone immediately felt that heaven and earth had lost a lot of color, and the gentleness from before was gone. The few Supremes were very surprised, but in addition to being surprised, there was also confusion on their faces. However, a look of surprise flashed across Kameng's face, as if he had seen something unbelievable. The giant's attack dissipated, and the ant's counterattack also disappeared. All the illusions disappeared. There was no giant, no ant, only two people fighting. One was from the spirit realm, and the other was from the empty realm. At this moment, the two were still standing. The difference was that Tang Feiyang was holding his saber in front of his chest, just like Zichen, but Zichen was holding the hilt of his saber, which was hanging at his waist. Immediately after, a red mark appeared between Tang Feiyang's eyebrows. The red mark instantly spread all the way to his chest. His eyes slowly widened, and they were filled with disbelief. His body fell backward. Boom! A loud sound startled everyone in the surroundings. Only then did everyone realize that Tang Feiyong was already dead. What? Tang Feiyong, a cultivator of the spirit realm, is dead? An empty realm cultivator killed a cultivator of the spirit realm with one slash. How is this possible? In an instant, there was an uproar and exclamation all around. It was like a wave, each wave higher than the last. It was too unbelievable. A cultivator of the spirit realm died. Just like that. An empty realm cultivator actually killed a cultivator of the spirit realm 2 levels above him. The impact of this scene on everyone was unimaginably great. On the high platform, the expressions of the 6 Supremes also changed greatly. They asked themselves if they had such combat strength when they were in that realm. Lil red covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out in surprise. Even if she saw this with her own eyes, she still could not believe it. Strong. Too strong. Monk and the others were only a little surprised, but they were not surprised. The outcome had long been decided, but the process was a little shorter than expected. Shimin Dong, who was hiding in an unknown corner, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He pretended to be calm and shouted, "Kill him. Our Shimin family is willing to give you 2 spots." The reward was doubled again. Zi Chen was powerful, but he was definitely no match for many cultivators of the spirit realm. Moreover, in the face of such a powerful existence, everyone naturally did not care about one-on-one. As Shimin Dong's voice fell, many cultivators of the spirit realm rushed up and surrounded Zi Chen. At this moment, almost all of the cultivators of the spirit realm rushed towards Zi Chen. In the face of the siege, Zi Chen's response was very simple. Swoosh! He unsheathed his saber and killed. However, there were too many cultivators of the spirit realm. Even Zi Chen, who relied on his extreme speed, could not react in time. Puff! A sharp blade pierced through space and stabbed Zi Chen's back. However, it only pierced 3 inches in before it stopped. Under the shocked expression of the cultivator of the spirit realm, Zi Chen suddenly turned around and swept his saber across the cultivator's neck. Puff! A head flew high into the air. On the high platform, when the Supremes saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They were deeply moved. Chapter 1833. On the square, the battle was still going on. Although Zi Chen's battle prowess was very strong, the Supremes were still sitting in the square. However, their expressions were that of surprise, shock, and disbelief. But now, the Supremes had completely lost their composure. They all stood up and stared at Zi Chen. To be precise, they were staring at the wound on Zi Chen's back that was bleeding. There was a 3-inch deep wound there, and golden blood was flowing out. Just now, the blade was forced to stop after entering the body 3 inches deep. Its owner was beheaded by Zi Chen. The strength of Zi Chen's body shocked them. Poof! At this moment, Zi Chen couldn't dodge in time again. A long blade chopped down at his head. Zi Chen subconsciously waved his left arm to block. His defense was instantly broken. The long blade cut into his arm, but after breaking his skin, it was blocked by his bones. Swoosh! Zi Chen didn't even frown in the face of this attack. A saber light suddenly flashed in his right hand, and another head flew high into the air. Another spirit realm cultivator had died. That's right, he blocked the attack with his body. His body is comparable to an imperial weapon. To be precise, it's stronger than an ordinary imperial weapon. Who is he exactly? How can he cultivate his physical body to such a level? You have to know that even those higher life forms might not have such methods. Could it be that he is also a supreme beast? Zi Chen's body shocked the Supremes. As for the people outside the square, they were even more dumbfounded. His body was comparable to an imperial weapon. He was even stronger than a higher life form. Among the Supremes, only Lian Meng nodded secretly. Of course. He knew the reason why Zi Chen's body was so strong. It was because of the Thunder King physique. However, he had seen the Thunder King physique before, and it was much weaker than his opponent's. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The battle continued. The spot to go to Mount Supreme was too important. No one was willing to give it up. More spiritual realm experts rushed up. Moreover, in this spiritual realm there was no lack of peak existences, second only to supremes. These existences' attacks were stronger and sharper. Wounds appeared on Zi Chen's body. Furthermore, after knowing that Zi Chen's body was strong, they began to hold back their attacks. As a result, the attacks that landed on Zi Chen's body could only cause damage in a small area. However, they were able to save their own lives. Pooh! The long blade in Zi Chen's hand slashed out rapidly, tearing open the chest of a spirit realm cultivator. However, at the critical moment, the spirit realm cultivator had already dodged and retreated, so this attack was not fatal. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Zi Chen was bathed in blood. Some of it belonged to him, and some belonged to others. The demon ape and the others quietly observed Zi Chen in the middle of the battlefield, the wounds on their bodies gradually increasing. However, none of them showed any intention of helping. They knew Zi Chen very well. At this moment, he absolutely did not want anything to happen to Su Mengyao. The people around him did not seem to have any intention of attacking Su Mengyao, but as long as there was a possibility, her safety was the first priority. Moreover, Su Mengyao had begun to comprehend the cultivation method without saying a word. There was clearly a reason for that. Now, the only thing Zi Chen and the demon ape could do was to stall for time for her. Pooh! Pooh! A series of attacks came, and Zi Chen's body had more wounds. Although they were not fatal, there would always be a time when they would be fatal. Shimin Lu heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became calm again. If this continued, Zi Chen would undoubtedly die. On the other hand, Shimin Dong laughed out loud without any scruples and said loudly, "Yes, that's it. Kill him, haha." Lil Red looked at Zi Chen. She was very nervous and worried. At this moment, the young master in her eyes was so unbearable. All the halos that once shone on him seemed so pale. At this moment, Shimin Dong's expression was ferocious and crazy. However, in this madness there was also fear and pride. In short, it was very complicated and very embarrassing. Su Mingyao's body began to emit waves of mysterious power. This power was ethereal and inactive. Su Mingyao was showing signs of waking up. "Kill him! Hurry up and kill him!" Shimin Dong laughed loudly. He laughed proudly and ferociously. His crazy voice spread throughout the place, and people could not help but feel disgusted. Zi Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Shimin Dong with bloodshot eyes. The latter was immediately shocked and could not help but retreat. From a distance, one could be scared away with a single glance. When Zi Chen showed his powerful side, Shimin Dong's unbearable side was also disappointing. Compared to the two, the difference was like heaven and earth. Shimin Dong also saw the change in everyone's mood. He was even more displeased and furious. In an instant, he transferred this displeasure to Zi Chen. He shouted at Zi Chen, "Zi Chen, you will definitely die today. No, I don't want to kill you yet. I want to keep you alive so that you can watch me and Mengyao get married and then watch us consummate our marriage." Zi Chen's emotions fluctuated so much that he was exposed. Immediately, 2 more wounds appeared on his body. These wounds were almost fatal. Shimin Dong saw that it was effective and said again, "Haha, Mingyao's figure can be said to be perfect. Unfortunately you, a person who is about to die, won't have the chance to enjoy it. She is mine now, and she will also be mine in the future. I will always ravage her." Shimin Dong originally wanted to provoke Zi Chen, and his goal was indeed achieved. Zi Chen was repeatedly hit, and his injuries gradually became worse. However, Shimin Dong did notice that Zi Chen's originally clear eyes gradually turned red. He was angry and was about to lose his mind. He could let himself die, but he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Mengyao. If a dragon had a reverse scale, touching it would lead to death. At this moment, Shimendong not only touched this reverse scale, but he also repeatedly touched it and even pulled it out. Haha, Zichen, you haven't seen Mingyao's body yet, right? Soon I will see it. TSK. That jade-like skin, it must be very nice to touch. Hearing these words, Zichen's body suddenly surged with a violent aura. The essence of this aura was still lightning, but it was more violent than the previous lightning. If lightning had intelligence, then the current lightning would be filled with anger. A mysterious fluctuation spread out, and Meng Yao had already awakened. She slowly opened her eyes, and her big eyes were clear and bright. Following that, Shimendong's unbearable words also spread out. As if she sensed something, she immediately turned her head and saw the bloodied figure on the battlefield that had haunted her dreams. At this moment, that figure was rushing forward with all his might. His eyes were fixed on Shimendong, and he wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, there were too many spiritual realms around, and each of them was so careful that they didn't give Zichen a chance to move forward. The moment Meng Yao looked at Zichen also turned his head and saw Meng Yao, who had already removed her veil. He saw her delicate face and her pair of gentle and bright eyes. Meng Yao's eyes were still bright and gentle. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement, and the joy of reunion. In an instant, Zichen felt Meng Yao's feelings. How could he let such a person be hurt? Shimendong was still speaking rudely and laughing complacently. However, this kind of method was too despicable, and it made many people unhappy. Zichen originally wanted to ignite the anger, but after seeing Meng Yao, he became clear-headed. Although he was clear-headed, the anger in Zichen's heart burned even more fiercely. However, this kind of anger no longer corroded his rationality. The violent lightning became even more violent. At this moment, it was as if a lightning dragon was roaring in his spiritual sea, appearing very angry. This kind of anger had obviously reached a limit, but it couldn't be vented. Zichen no longer rushed forward. Instead, he stood where he was, and the burning anger in his eyes gradually calmed down. He calmly looked at Shimendong. The other spiritual realms around didn't know what was going on. They also stopped and looked at Zichen with caution. Haha, Meng Yao has awakened now. She will be mine soon, and we will soon consummate our marriage. Shimendong laughed sinisterly at Zichen and said loudly. Zichen said indifferently, "That's impossible." Zichen's calm words startled Shimendong. Zichen was too calm. He was so calm that he felt like a stranger. It was as if in an instant Su Meng Yao, the person he loved, had become an ordinary passerby. Hence, he subconsciously asked, "Why is it impossible?" "Because you are already dead." Zichen's words were still calm, but in this calmness there was a ruthless indifference. He looked calm, but the anger in his heart had reached a limit. He wanted to vent this anger, and his target was Shimendong. Therefore, he was very relaxed and naturally said 2 words to Shimendong. Thunder's fury. These 2 words were sonorous and powerful and spread throughout the whole place. It was like a heavenly sound that connected the Tao of heaven and earth and lingered around the entire ethereal city. This voice revealed a kind of will, a cold and ruthless will. However, no one knew what Zichen meant by suddenly saying these 2 words, how it would help him in his current situation, or what it would do to Shimendong. Everyone was confused, including the 5 Supremes. As the 6th Supremes, Lemeng frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. On the high platform, Su Meng Yao felt something and slowly raised her head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a light there. At first, the light was flickering like starlight, but soon it became clear. It was not light, but a silver light. To be more precise, it was a thunderbolt. This was a thunderbolt with an angry will. Thunder's fury, the fury of thunder. With the appearance of this angry thunderbolt, the sound of thunder suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. This sound was vast and deafening, and it echoed in the sky above the entire ethereal city. Such power made everyone subconsciously raise their heads and see this thunderbolt. In an instant, the thunderbolt seemed to have turned into a thunder dragon, an angry dragon. The angry dragon fell from the sky, passing through the obstruction of time and space, and in an instant it was above Shimendong's head. No, when Shimin Lu sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop it, it was all too late. Shimendong stared blankly at the sky, looking at the angry dragon that filled his vision. His face was full of horror and shock. Boom! Chapter 1834. The thunder turned into a raging dragon and exploded above Shimendong's head. The sound of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and shook the earth. Facing the raging dragon, rays of light lit up around Shimendong's body. These were all Shimendong's own defensive treasures, forming a defensive light shield. There was even an imperial weapon among them. However, the might formed by the raging dragon was truly too powerful. In an instant, it destroyed all of the defenses with an unstoppable force. Crack, crack, pum! Even the defensive imperial armor did not last for more than a breath of time before it shattered. The light of the thunder completely drowned Shimendong. Between heaven and earth, except for the roaring thunder, there was only Shimendong's shrill scream. The thunder dissipated, and Shimendong's figure disappeared. Only a charred corpse was left between heaven and earth. This is... Meng Meng was shocked. A look of shock appeared on Kameng's face. He was shocked by the thunderbolt that had just descended from the sky. The other Supremes were stunned, and their faces were full of shock. The sudden appearance of the raging thunder was completely out of their expectations. It appeared without any warning. No, mournful cries reverberated between heaven and earth, lingering for a long time. His only son died just like that. How could Shimin Lu not be angry? Kill him. As the cold words fell, more spiritual realms rushed toward Zichen. Swoosh! Just as the spiritual realms rushed forward, a black shadow suddenly rushed into the battlefield from the high platform of the square. The black shadow held a long staff in his hand. After he appeared, he swung the staff at the head of a spiritual realm. Facing this attack, the spiritual realm seemed to be dumbfounded and did not make any move to dodge. Bang! The staff fell, and the spiritual realm's body suddenly exploded. The group of spiritual realms that rushed toward Zichen paused for a moment. Then a portion of them turned and rushed toward the demon ape. Obviously, they had already seen that the demon ape was extraordinary. Amitba. The monk chanted the name of Buddha and followed the demon ape to Zichen. The demon, subduing pestle in his hand, swept out, and several spiritual realms were sent flying. Swoosh! Su Mengyao, who had already comprehended the cultivation method, landed lightly in front of Zichen. She raised her hand, and mysterious power fell in all directions, enveloping the spiritual realm cultivators. Under the cover of this power, the speed of the spiritual realm was greatly reduced. Zichen's saber light flashed past, and heads flew up one after another. Everyone joined the battle, and Zichen was no longer alone. The roars of the dragon and tiger reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The dragon and tiger transformed into a streak of purplish golden light as they charged toward the spirit realm cultivators. Wherever they passed, the spirit realm cultivators were sent flying and coughed up blood. Everyone displayed extraordinary techniques, one after another, forcing the spirit realm cultivators to retreat. Let's go. Zichen prepared to lead everyone away. The anger in his heart was still there, but he could no longer unleash the wrath of thunder technique like before. However, in his world, the realm power had already gone completely berserk. Numerous heaven and earth spiritual energies were madly transforming into realm power. Die! The cold voice kept ringing out. Zichen held the long saber and kept slashing forward. Everyone present was shocked when they saw such a method of slaughter. Zichen was already unimaginably powerful, but who would have thought that Zichen's friends were also so terrifying? Su Mengyao raised her hand and struck out a mysterious power. This power could restrain the spirit realm cultivators. She was responsible for restraining them, while Zi-chan was responsible for killing them. The realm that these people revealed was only in the empty realm, but they could kill spirit realm cultivators above their realm. They had never seen such a method before. Moreover, with such powerful combat strength, once they became supremes, they would be existences that could sweep away everyone present. Apart from being shocked, there was also fear in everyone's hearts. It was obvious that if they couldn't keep them here today, Ethereal City would be destroyed in the hands of these people in the future. Su Mengyao was the future Supremes. There was almost no suspense. Longhu Supremes were even more so the future Supremes. However, the combat strength displayed by the other 3 people present was not any weaker than the 2 of them. It was obvious that the 3 of them were also extraordinary existences. There seemed to be no problem for them to step into the supremacy realm. This time, there were a lot of spirit realm cultivators, but no matter how many there were, they couldn't withstand the joint killing. The devil ape used its strongest move, killing 1 person with a stick. Its killing efficiency was very high. However, during this period, there were also attacks that fell on the devil ape, but they were all blocked by the ape's strong defense. Bang! After the Imperial armor blocked several attacks in a row, it directly exploded. However, the following attacks couldn't break the devil ape's body. It was obvious that this was another existence whose physical body was stronger than an Imperial weapon. The monk's expression was constantly changing. One moment he was kind and dignified. The next moment he was evil and ferocious. This was the change between good and evil. Every time it changed, the monk would be able to display an even stronger power. The spiritual realm experts were sent flying one after another. The Longhu Supremes were not afraid of the spirit realm. Moreover, as a natural supremacy beast, there was almost no weakness in the process of its growth. Although it was weaker than Zi-chen's perfect series in all aspects, it was definitely not much weaker. Dong Qing stood in the crowd and didn't interfere. She wasn't good at this kind of battle that was 2 levels higher than her. She could only watch quietly in case something unexpected happened. The spirit realm cultivators died one after another, and the spirit realm cultivators rushed forward one after another. However, when they joined forces, it seemed that no matter how many spirit realm cultivators came, they wouldn't be enough to kill them. Oh my God, this is too terrifying. There are actually existences with such combat strength in this world. Could it be that they are invincible among the realm lords? The surrounding exclamations rose and fell. Young Miss is right. There are still many things worth pursuing in this world. Little Red murmured, looking at Zi-chin, who was covered in blood, and Su Mengyao, who was happy and satisfied beside him. Her previous outlook on life completely changed at this moment. No, after they join forces, their combat strength will become stronger again. No matter how many spirit realm cultivators come, they will only be courting death. Lian Meng shook his head and said. The other Supremes nodded. Shimin Lu's eyes narrowed as he looked at a Supremes in the crowd. This was an existence who had just become a Supremes. He had been guarding Shimin Dong previously, but Zi-chen's thunder's fury appeared too quickly and too strangely. Even he couldn't stop it. After sensing Shimin Lu's will from his eyes, he took a step out of the crowd. Boom! When the Supremes took a step, the world changed color, and the entire ethereal city trembled. Supremes, known as Supremes, had absolute combat strength, even if they had just become Supremes. Usually, it was difficult for Supremes to come out, let alone make a move. Such an existence was an emperor. No matter where he was an existence that could make others tremble. In terms of realm, although there was only a difference of 1 realm between Supremes and realm lords, the difference of this realm was like the difference between an emperor and a commoner. And this Supremes were emperors, while Zi-chin and the others were commoners. This was also the reason why the Supremes hadn't made a move for a long time. The difference between the 2 sides was too great. However, at this moment, the combat strength displayed by Zichen and the others was close to that of a Supremes. As soon as the Supremes appeared, everyone retreated. There was no need for words at all. The surrounding spirit realm experts who were crazy about killing Zichen and the others retreated one by one. At this moment, Zichen's group of 4 and a Supreme's beast stood opposite a Supreme's, and in the distance between the two sides, there are corpses everywhere. Just as Zichen had expected, the square was now covered in rivers of blood. In the outside world, the rest of the cultivators were shocked. The battle today was truly too intense. Even the rarely seen royal armors had been destroyed. In addition, the emperor weapons were scattered around the corpses. Usually, each emperor weapon could trigger a battle between realm lords. But today, there were dozens of emperor weapons on the square, and no one deliberately picked them up. A Supremes stood in front of everyone. The other party hadn't made a move yet, but Zichen and the others already felt great pressure. That was a Supremes. Back in the Saint Burial Ground, the one sealed on the door was a Supremes. A Supremes, a cultivation that Zichen did not even dare to think about, but today he had become a Supremes enemy. The Supremes took a step forward. The crowd backed away, leaving the battlefield to the Supremes. As he took another step forward, Zichen and the others felt an aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas locking onto them, making it difficult for them to breathe. The other cultivators did not notice anything unusual. Zichen turned around and glanced at the trio and Longhu. His lips curled into a grin. However, he was currently soaked in blood. His grin was quite hideous. "Do you dare to fight a Supremes?" The monk's evil side disappeared, replaced by his kind side. He placed his palms together and said, "Amit Ba, why wouldn't I?" "Kill." The demonic ape only uttered a single word. The red glow in its eyes grew stronger. "Fighting side by side, I'm not afraid of death." Longhu's answer was simple and firm. He was not even afraid of death. Why would he be scared of a mere 9 Heavens Supreme, especially one that had just achieved the 9 Heavens Supreme realm? "A 9 Heavens Supreme isn't undefeatable," Su Mengyao said softly. Her eyes were glittering, yet firm. "You're asking for death." The 9 Heavens Supreme let out a cold grin. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent. "Roar." The demonic ape uttered a furious roar all of a sudden. Its figure enlarged rapidly, turning into a giant like Mansher's transformation. The black stick in its hand enlarged too. Its figure was encapsulated in a black glow, filled with a demonic aura. The cries of dragons and tigers could be heard as Longhu's figure emitted a blinding, purple-golden glow. In the blink of an eye, Longhu grew from 3 meters tall to 300 meters tall, unleashing a terrifying aura. Su Mingyao's figure was encapsulated by a mysterious force. She felt even more ethereal as she was encapsulated by the force, like an ethereal fairy wearing a veil. "Amit Ba." The monk uttered a chant, causing his figure to emit a blinding Bodhi glow. The Bodhi glow shone brightly as the monk behaved like an accomplished monk. He sat with his legs crossed in the air. The gentle and compassionate glow lit up the entire Misty City. At that instant, the light emitted by the sun was overshadowed by the golden glow surrounding the monk. Chapter 1835. Amit Ba. The monk sat with his legs crossed in the air with a kind expression. His loud chant echoed across the place. Streams of Buddhist energy spread out in all directions, bringing with them a peaceful aura. In the crowd's eyes, the monk looked like a Buddha. Among the crowd, some of the cultivators with low cultivation base actually had the intention to convert under the Buddhist light. One by one, they put their palms together and chanted the Buddhist name one after another. Following the chants, a mysterious force burst out from their bodies and surged toward the monk. At that instant, the Bodhi glow around the monk grew brighter and brighter. The monk and the others had to use their full strength when the 9 Heavens Supreme had only taken 2 steps forward. Despite being suppressed by the Nine Heavens Supreme's aura, they were still able to unleash such a rare phenomenon. It was obvious that they were no ordinary cultivators. The demon ape was engulfed in a strong demonic aura like a giant demon. Longhu was surrounded by a purple-golden glow, forming a domain around him. Su Mengyao stood beside Zichen with a mysterious aura circling her, making her look like an immortal. The four of them were unleashing rare phenomena to resist the suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme. The crowd was utterly shocked. It was obvious that even the Nine Heavens Supreme was unable to suppress the four cultivators. Both Tyrant and Longhu had displayed extraordinary moves. In the midst of the astonishment, the crowd shifted their attention to Zichen. After all, Zichen was the strongest cultivator on the battlefield. The suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme was too overwhelming. Thus Zichen did not dare to conceal his strength. Thunderous roars could be heard from his body as his blood flowed rapidly, fully unleashing the power of the Thunder Emperor flesh. Silver lightning filled his body, suppressing the suppression of the Nine Heavens Supreme and lighting up the surroundings, forming a domain of lightning. In comparison, Zichen's moves were slightly weaker than the demon ape and the others. The reason being that not only did they display their outstanding flesh, the aura around them was still as powerful as before. Seeing this, Radio Meng nodded. He was sure that Zichen possessed the Thunder Emperor flesh, and it was the strongest form of the Thunder Emperor flesh. The strength of Zichen's flesh alone had surpassed that of an ordinary royal weapon. Not many realm emperors could kill Zichen. Buzz. It went without saying that he had more than one Thunder Emperor flesh, since he had unleashed his full strength. Zichen's figure shuddered as two opposing forces appeared around him. They were the destructive forces of the realm, whose essence was the power of lightning. The moment the two types of energy appeared, this kind of situation that defied common sense immediately caused cries of alarm. How was it possible for two opposing forces to appear in the same person's body? Unfortunately, Zichen would not be able to answer the crowd's questions. Bang! At this time, the Supreme Being took a third step, and an even more violent force turned into a tidal wave that surged toward them like a ferocious beast. The aura of the Nine Heavens Supreme was extremely terrifying. Aura of the Nine Heavens Supreme. Although they were powerful, the gap between their cultivation levels could not be underestimated. Kill! Zichen shouted coldly in the face of this Supreme Being pressure. Ma. The Buddhist energy around the monk, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, began to vibrate violently. The first three notes of the 6 syllables formed a strange wave. With the support of the Buddhist energy, it shook off the Supreme Being's pressure in front of him and headed straight for the Supreme Being. Ha! The demon ape roared and smashed down with the black rod in its hand. The void trembled as the destructive force surged. The black rod was like an angry dragon, charging toward the Nine Heavens Supreme. Swoosh! Swoosh! The mysterious energy surrounding Su Mengyao turned into a strange light. Like ribbons, it broke through the seal of aura and circled toward the Nine Heavens Supreme. Longhu roared at the sky and rushed forward. Seeing the Nine Heavens Supreme's aura being broken, Lai Meng shook his head and said, "It's a pity that he has just become a Nine Heavens Supreme. He can't use the Nine Heavens Supreme's aura flexibly yet. Otherwise, his aura alone would be able to suppress them." Other than Shimin Lu, the other Nine Heavens Supreme nodded. No matter how extraordinary these empty realm cultivators were, they were still empty realm cultivators. There was a huge gap between them and the Nine Heavens Supreme. Shimin Lu stared at the battlefield. His only son had died, and he was already burning with anger. He could attack at any time. Although the Nine Heavens Supreme's aura has been broken, they still can't escape the fate of death, Shimin Lu said coldly. No one doubted this. After all, there were only a few empty realm cultivators. It was impossible for them to kill a Nine Heavens Supreme if they joined forces. Lai Meng's eyes were flashing. His attention fell on the few of them from time to time. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression changed slightly. The power of the Nine Heavens Supreme was a strange power that was almost impossible to defend against. Feeling this power, the Nine Heavens Supreme didn't know how to resist it. He could only put up his own defense. The power of the Nine Heavens Supreme swept over him. He only felt a slight tremor in his mind, and his body seemed to have suffered some kind of attack. He was slightly dazed. The daze was only for a moment, but that moment was enough for the demon ape to smash down with the black rod. The black rod carried an indescribable aura. When it smashed down, the void shook and trembled. In the face of this attack, the sober Nine Heavens Supreme raised the corner of his mouth into a sarcastic smile. He raised his palm and hit the black rod in front of him. This palm seemed to be very easy, as if it didn't carry any power. However, after the palm landed on the black stick, it immediately stopped the berserk energy on the black stick. This effortless palm strike not only stopped the black stick, it also sent the black stick flying. The devil ape's enormous body was directly sent flying. But the demon ape's powerful attack was not useless. The Nine Heavens Supreme's body shook slightly, and the energy light around his body dimmed a little. The energy that Su Mengyao struck out followed and wrapped around the Nine Heavens Supreme's body. The defense around the Nine Heavens Supreme was quickly dissipating. It was as if a basin of water had been poured into the snow, and the snow was quickly melting. In the process of the dissipation of the defensive energy around the Nine Heavens Supreme, the power contained in Su Mingyao's attack was also quickly dissipating. Roar! Longhu followed and directly hit the Nine Heavens Supreme. His attack was naturally full of power, but when he hit the Nine Heavens Supreme, he was sent flying. As for the Nine Heavens Supreme, he only took 2 steps back. Amitabha. Tyrant appeared in front of the Nine Heavens Supreme, and the Buddhist energy around him surged even more violently. The demon, subduing pestle in his hand, emitted a blazing and pure Buddhist light as he struck toward the Nine Heavens Supreme's head. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. Tyrant's all-out attack was sent flying. Everyone joined hands one after another and caught the sovereign off guard, but the effect was really negligible. The Nine Heavens Supreme took 2 steps back again. The energy around his body was not destroyed at all, and was still shining brightly. When the crowd in the distance saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The strength that everyone displayed was very strong, but they were still far from the Nine Heavens Supreme. Judging from the current situation, everyone was going to die here. Only Zichen had yet to make his move, but whether or not he made his move didn't mean much. Even if Zichen could break through the Nine Heavens Supreme's defense, he still wouldn't be able to kill the Nine Heavens Supreme, unless the Nine Heavens Supreme's defense could dissipate on its own. Then Zichen, who had yet to make his move, might have a slight chance of killing the Nine Heavens Supreme. Of course, there was only a slight chance, but in the eyes of the crowd, this slight possibility didn't exist at all. This wasn't the thought of a single person. Everyone was thinking about it, including the Nine Heavens Supreme. However, right at this moment, the Nine Heavens Supreme was suddenly shrouded in black light. These black lights were like chains that spread throughout his entire body. The appearance of the black light chains was very sudden and without any warning. However, what was even more sudden and unexpected was that after the black light chains appeared, the defense around Ji Zun's body that no one could break through suddenly disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! Right at this moment, everyone noticed that Zichen had made his move. As if he had teleported, he disappeared from where he was and appeared beside the Nine Heavens Supreme. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zichen. None of them noticed that the huge demonic ape in the distance had already transformed into its true form. Furthermore, it was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. It had suffered a backlash. Under normal circumstances, its innate divine ability would be ineffective against the Nine Heavens Supreme. But with everyone's previous joint attack, although it didn't seem to break through the Nine Heavens Supreme's defense, it had greatly weakened the Nine Heavens Supreme's defense. This caused the demonic ape's attack to be effective. At this moment, Zi Chen made his move. For the Nine Heavens Supreme, the disappearance of the defense and its reappearance were just a matter of a thought. Zi Chen's only chance was to seize this opportunity to kill the Nine Heavens Supreme. Zi Chen, who had teleported, appeared. The 6 wings on his back were already flashing with bright lightning. At the same time, he unsheathed the black saber in his hand. The moment he appeared beside the Nine Heavens Supreme, a bright saber light rushed towards the Nine Heavens Supreme. There was no sound in the field. The Nine Heavens Supreme immediately raised his hand and attacked the saber light. However, Zi Chen's figure disappeared again. This time he appeared behind the Nine Heavens Supreme. At the same time, a second saber light appeared. The Nine Heavens Supreme felt something. He immediately turned around and attacked with his palm. Whoosh! Without looking at the result of this attack, Zi Chen's figure teleported again. This time, he appeared beside the Nine Heavens Supreme. The saber light appeared almost at the same time as the Nine Heavens Supreme. In everyone's eyes, when they saw the bright saber light, Zi Chen's saber had already returned to its sheath. The Nine Heavens Supreme turned around again and faced Zi Chen's attack. Zi Chen began his 4th teleportation. Then the 4th saber light appeared. In the sky, the 4th palm print appeared. Whoosh! Zi Chen's 5th figure appeared. The 5th saber light appeared. Whoosh! The 6th figure accompanied the 6th saber light. Whoosh! The 7th figure accompanied the 7th saber light. Whoosh! The 8th figure appeared. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, everything appeared in an instant. It was so fast that the Nine Heavens Supreme had no time to put up his defense. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw 8 Zi Chen appear around the Nine Heavens Supreme. In front of each of them was a bright saber light. At this moment, a Nine Heavens Supreme seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, appearing in all directions. Chapter 1836. In the blink of an eye, Zi Chen manifested 8 figures and struck out 8 times. Ji Zun's figure changed 7 times and struck out 7 times. In terms of speed alone, Zi Chen's instantaneous burst of speed had already surpassed Ji Zun's reaction speed. Everyone exclaimed, but the group of Ji Zun shook their heads. Even though Zi Chen was faster than Ji Zun, and was even faster than Ji Zun's attack, it was useless. Such a strike was not enough to kill a Ji Zun, and as long as Ji Zun reacted, the defensive light around his body would reappear, and Zi Chen would no longer have a chance to get close to Ji Zun. It could be said that Zi Chen's only chance had completely failed. Next, everyone would face the fate of being killed by Ji Zun. But was that really the case? Bang! Bang! 7 sounds rang out in an instant between heaven and earth. These were the sounds of 7 blade lights being shattered by 7 palm prints, but there was still one last blade light that directly swept past Ji Zun's body. In the bright blade light, there were 2 completely opposite thunderbolt powers, and the essence of thunderbolt was destruction. When the blade light landed on Ji Zun's body, the destructive power of the realm was truly activated and began to destroy Ji Zun's vitality. At the same time, it penetrated and advanced into Ji Zun's body bit by bit. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Swoosh! With just a flash, the blade light completely swept past Ji Zun's body. Ji Zun, who had a hint of sarcasm on his face, froze in the next moment. His pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes stared straight ahead. What? The group of Ji Zun's expression changed greatly, and all of them stood up, their eyes fixed on the battlefield, and their faces were full of disbelief. For others who did not know what had happened, they saw very clearly that the blade light had not only successfully entered Ji Zun's body, but the power contained in it had also forcibly destroyed Ji Zun's vitality. How is this possible? Shimin Lu's face was full of shock, and for the first time, His shock overshadowed his anger. Monster, this is simply a monster. When did such a monster appear in the Jianwu continent? How could a mere empty realm break through Zun's body? The other supreme beings had expressions of disbelief on their faces, even though they had seen it with their own eyes. While the other party had only just entered the realm of the Supreme Saint, his physical body had been tempered with complete realm power, making it no weaker than an imperial weapon. However, he was cut down by an empty realm cultivator just like that. Amazing, truly amazing. Lei Meng was full of admiration. He had already seen clearly that the reason Ziqin had been able to succeed was not only because Zun did not have a defense, but also because of the two opposing thunderbolts, as well as the rules that the thunderbolts represented. It was a type of rule that Meng had never seen or felt before. It was very powerful. What happened? Why isn't Zun moving? Who won and who lost? Apart from the few supreme martial artists, the others couldn't sense the situation on the battlefield. They only saw the supreme martial artist and Ziqin floating in the air. Their attacks disappeared one after another, and then they became motionless. In the midst of the discussion, Ziqin's figure flashed and returned to the crowd. In the sky, after Ziqin's figure disappeared, all the power around the supreme martial artist seemed to have been sucked out in an instant, and he fell directly to the ground. Boom! A sound was heard, and the supreme martial artist's body fell to the ground and never stood up again. Dead, dead, dead. A powerful supreme martial artist had died just like that. After a few breaths of silence, the scene erupted into thunderous exclamations and uproars. Today, Ziqin had already shocked many people, and everyone thought that they had been shocked to the point where they were numb. However, at this moment, the death of a supreme martial artist once again shook their bottom line, causing them to be moved and lose their composure. An empty realm cultivator had killed a supreme martial artist. If this news were to spread, would anyone believe it? This was something that had never happened before. It was something that they had never heard of or even thought about. But now, this kind of thing had really happened. The entire Misty City had once reached a state of chaos because of this incident. This time, Ziqin could be said to have created history, becoming an unprecedented existence, and perhaps an existence that would never be surpassed in the future. While everyone was exclaiming, they also had a deeper understanding of Ziqin's strength in their hearts. It was fine if such a person became a friend, but once they became an enemy, it would definitely be a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Today, Ziqin was just an empty realm cultivator, and he already had such combat strength. What would happen if Ziqin became a supreme martial artist in the future? Then, who in the entire Misty City could stop him? The exclamations were still rising and falling, but there were more figures in the surroundings. These figures were all surging with the aura of a supreme martial artist. In an instant, there were at least 5 supreme martial artists around the square. Ziqin could even kill a supreme martial artist, and the potential that he had displayed was truly terrifying. Under such circumstances, no matter how much hatred the other supreme martial artists of Misty City had with Ximen Lu, it was impossible for them to let Ziqin leave. The aura of a supreme martial artist began to spread, and those who were close felt a great pressure. Their faces changed drastically, and they quickly retreated. At this moment, everyone could clearly feel the surging killing intent from the supreme martial artists. While everyone was shocked, they also kept shaking their heads in pity. Ziqin was indeed powerful, and his future potential was also limitless. But at this moment, facing several powerful supreme martial artists, he and his companions no longer had a chance of survival. A powerful existence who had yet to completely rise had fallen prematurely under such circumstances. The aura of a supreme martial artist was not restrained at all. Several supreme martial artists were going to attack in a row, and it was to deal with a few empty realm cultivators. If this were to spread out, it would undoubtedly make people laugh their teeth off, and it would look like the big bullying the small. But everyone present could understand the actions of these supreme martial artists. If they did not kill Zichen now before his wings were fully developed, Zi-chan would be the nightmare of the entire Misty City in the future. On the square, 5 people gathered together. After killing one supreme martial artist, there would be more supreme martial artists. This had long been expected. The compassionate monk showed a compassionate smile on his face and said, "In today's battle, if there is a chance, you must leave first. In the future, you will destroy this city and avenge us." "That's right," the demon ape said coldly. "There is only hope if you are alive." This was a scene that everyone had long expected, but no one would be willing to die just like that. No matter who was present, as long as one of them escaped, then the next time, that person would have the means to destroy this city. "It's my fault." Su Mengyao lowered her head, and her face was full of guilt. "Don't blame yourself. We came here willingly. Knowing that we are going to die, we should at least have a good fight before we die," Zichen said in a deep voice. "That's right. Let's have a good fight. No matter who is next, it won't be that easy to kill me." As the monk's voice fell, the Buddha's light surged around him again. However, in the Buddha's light, the monk no longer soared into the sky. Instead, the Buddha's light condensed into a real Buddha above his head. Behind the Buddha, there were light wheels. His figure carried the light wheels and slowly rose into the sky. With the injection of Buddha's power from the monk's body, the Buddha became clearer and more compassionate. At the same time, the Buddha's power around him spread out in all directions. Under this aura, except for the supreme martial artists who had no reaction, the other cultivators were all affected by this compassionate feeling. The Buddha floated in the air, and a compassionate Buddha's voice came out from his mouth. Those cultivators who heard the Buddha's voice were suddenly in a trance, as if they saw their past and present lives. In their past lives, they were existences who devoted themselves to Buddha. Some were even Buddhas. Almost without any hesitation, the group of cultivators put their palms together and chanted the Buddha's voice in unison. For a moment, the Buddha's voice reverberated throughout the entire ethereal city. It was as if the huge city had become the Buddha's capital in an instant. The entire city was dyed in gold. All the cultivators were emitting a golden light. In this Buddha's light, all external auras were repelled. The ones who felt it the most were the supreme martial artists who were filled with killing intent. Buddha was compassionate. When faced with killing intent, it was naturally repelled and suppressed. Amitabha, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you'll see the shore. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. In the sky, the Buddha's voice reverberated. This voice continued to linger and reverberate like a spiritual impact. Humph! On the other side, a cold snort was heard. Shimin Lu stood up. As a supreme martial artist, he had to make a move today. As he stood up, the Buddha's voice sounded again in the sky. Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. The Buddha shouted the 6 tones of Buddhism. As soon as this sound came out, it reverberated throughout the entire ethereal city. Then the cultivators who were covered in Buddha's light also shouted the 6 tones in unison. Even Zichen had not learned it. With the appearance of the 6 tones, a force seemed to have appeared in their bodies, including Zichen. This force was very gentle, but also very powerful. It was filled with compassion and kindness. It was pitch black in perfect harmony with their own strength. Roar! Longhu roared into the sky. A huge phantom of Longhu Supreme Beast appeared behind him. It seemed to have come from the primordial era, exuding an ancient and everlasting aura. Boom! A violent aura surged. The demonic ape was surrounded by rolling demonic aura. Behind it, a tall demonic shadow appeared. It was completely surrounded by black demonic aura. Its red eyes were filled with cold and merciless killing intent. It looked like a great demon. Su Mengyao, who was already ethereal, had a layer of hazy gauze covering her body. Her fairy-like skin was faintly discernible. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the world. Zichen's potential was completely stimulated. Above his head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. forming a domain of its own. His body shone with the light of gold and silver energy. In his world, the realm force became more and more violent. It seemed that the pressure of a supreme martial artist and the crisis of life and death had greatly stimulated him. The power in his world was rapidly transforming into realm force. Buzz! With a tremor, the energy of heaven and earth in his world disappeared, completely turning into pure realm force. Chapter 1837. Realm power filled the entire body, which was the sign of great completion of empty realm. Then the realm power began to change mysteriously and began to change the structure of the entire world. Once this step was taken, it would be the mystic world. Under normal circumstances, this was also a bottleneck for other cultivators. But this kind of bottleneck did not exist for Zichen at all. Just as the energy of heaven and earth in the world completely turned into realm power, his world trembled slightly. An entire world began to change mysteriously. The realm power went straight into the ground, changing the structure of the world. The originally ordinary ground was changing under the invasion of the realm power. As if it was being tempered, the ground became harder, and some realm power began to condense in it. Zichen's already powerful aura surged around him, and this aura increased again, and the pressure of the mystic world filled the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and surprised. They did not expect Zichen to break through under such circumstances. Shimin Lu felt the change in Zichen's aura, and his eyes became colder. Even if Zichen broke through to the mystic world today, he still could not escape the fate of death, unless he could break through to the supreme realm in one go. But this was not realistic at all. Breaking into the mystic world quickly was already Zichen's greatest limit. If Zichen wanted to break through the mystic world and reach the spiritual world, it would take him thousands of years to calculate the time. The pressure that Shimin Lu displayed could not suppress everyone at this moment, but he did not care. It was just pressure, and he did not show some of his methods at all. Moreover, as long as he did not make the same mistake as the previous Supreme, it would be very easy to kill these guys. Amitabha. In the sky, the Buddha opened his mouth and Buddhist light shone, and a lot of Buddhist power reverberated in Ethereal City. Pretending to be mysterious, Shimin Lu coldly snorted and took a step forward. Heaven and earth shook, and there was a fist light that broke through the sky, heading straight for the Buddha in the sky. Below, the monk put his palms together and muttered. In the sky, a defensive light shield appeared around the Buddha. On the light shield, there were many old monks chanting scriptures, and Buddhist light surged. In addition to the strongest defense, a lot of Buddhist power also formed a swastika in front of the monk. This swastika carried a vast power. It was an attack method, and it blocked in front of the fist light. Boom! When the fist light hit the swastika, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. The Supreme Being's power surged crazily in the fist light and destroyed the swastika in an instant. Although this word was powerful, the huge gap between their cultivation levels made it impossible to unleash the power of this word. At the same time, the fist light landed on the strongest defense. The defense trembled, and the old monk was sent flying. Along the way, the light barrier was constantly being extinguished. The entire light barrier was also twisting crazily and finally dissipated. However, the Supreme Being's attack was blocked. The Buddha was still alive. Soon, another swastika appeared, condensing the willpower of all the cultivators in the city, and flew towards Shimin Road. This was Buddha's counterattack. At the same time, Devil Ape and the others also launched their attacks. Behind the demonic ape, a virtual black rod appeared in the hands of the tall demonic figure. The black rod then smashed down with great force. The vault of heaven instantly shattered, and the black stick fell toward Shimin Lu with a black hole of demonic chi. Behind Longhu, the enormous figure of Longhu supremacy threw a palm strike at Shimin Lu. A loud rumble echoed between the heavens and earth. The claw shattered the void with an unimaginable destructive force. Su Mengyao was as ethereal as an immortal. She continuously unleashed her ethereal martial arts, one attack after another. Whoosh! Zichen's speed was even faster after his breakthrough. He arrived beside Shimin Lu in the blink of an eye. The long saber in his hand was unsheathed, and a bright saber ray flashed at Shimin Lu. Just like when he killed the Supreme Being, Zichen's figure began to change rapidly. Every time Zichen appeared, a bright saber ray would appear. Following his breakthrough, Zichen's teleportation speed and attack speed were a lot faster than before. In an instant, more than 10 Zichen appeared around Shimin Road. Each of them had a bright saber ray in front of them. On the other hand, Shimin Lu was alone. Not only did he have to face the attacks of the Devil Ape and the others, but he also had to withstand the attacks of Zichen. In the eyes of the crowd, Shimin Lu would be in a very difficult situation. Only the Supreme Beings present were indifferent. If such a method was used to deal with someone who had just become a Supreme Being, the opponent would definitely be flustered and might even be killed. However, it was not enough to deal with someone like Shimin Lu, who had been a Supreme Being for many years. He didn't even need to launch a particularly powerful counterattack. His higher-level Supreme Being strength could easily deal with these attacks. Shimin Lu's counterattack was very simple. His Supreme Being strength surrounded his body, and the energy around him began to surge like waves. Boom! The energy surged, forming waves that spread in all directions. This was an attack from all directions, without any blind spots. Zichen's previous attacks were immediately enveloped by the waves and disappeared along with the waves. Even the figures that Zichen had manifested were directly shattered. Only Zichen's real body retreated with a horrified expression. However, compared to the speed of the waves, even the Supreme Being's speed couldn't dodge in time. The waves directly sent Zichen flying. As Zichen flew back, the first wave disappeared, and the second wave formed. It shook again, followed by the third and fourth wave. Under the attacks of the waves, the previous attacks of the crowd were instantly neutralized. At the same time, their bodies were also shaken by the waves and were sent flying. Just a few Supreme Being waves, the attacks that could kill a Supreme Being were neutralized just like that. As for the people who were sent flying, they were also affected by the energy fluctuations. They couldn't help but cough out blood. This was the strength of a Supreme Being. It was far from what a realm lord could compare to. Shimin Lu's face was gloomy. Seeing that the Buddha was still there and was about to speak again, he coldly snorted and punched towards the Buddha. This punch, whether it was speed or power, far surpassed the previous one. Boom! The strongest defense that the Buddha had just put up was instantly shattered. At the same time, the Buddha's figure also exploded. Below, the monk suffered a backlash and coughed out blood. There won't be a miracle. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. Zichen and the others couldn't even defeat Shimin Lu. There were still 5 Supreme Beings outside. Their fate was sealed. Go to hell. Everyone had already accepted their fate, but Zichen didn't. He shouted loudly and rushed forward again. With the Supreme Being's speed, his figure was constantly changing, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Shimin Lu's figure was also changing, but compared to Zichen, the speed of his transformation was much slower. Zichen repeatedly attacked with his blade. Flashes of blade light appeared in all directions. These attacks were completely unexpected and very powerful. At the very least, Supreme Being wouldn't dare to be careless. That was because Zichen was even more powerful than before. The Devil Ape followed, and the demonic figure behind it condensed again and attacked fiercely. Roar! The dragon and tiger roared and rushed forward again. Suffering a backlash, the monk couldn't condense the Buddha again, but he held the demon's subduing pestle and smashed it at Shimin Lu's head. Everyone's attacks were very sharp. Even someone like Shimin Lu was struggling to deal with them. However, when their attacks landed on Shimin Lu, they couldn't break through his defense at all. With a loud bang, the Supreme Being tide surged again, and everyone was sent flying again. This was the difference in cultivation level. Even though Zichen and the others' attack speed was far superior to Shimin Lu's, the difference in cultivation level made it impossible for them to break through his defense. If they couldn't break through his defense, they naturally couldn't kill him. There were still 5 Supreme Beings outside, eyeing them covetously. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Amazing, really amazing. Without Shimin Lu, everyone no longer cared about what they said. Kumeng's eyes were full of admiration. He's indeed extraordinary. If our family has such an existence, we'll definitely dominate the 7th mainland in the future, another Supreme Being said. He seemed to be very impressed. However, admiration and help were 2 completely different things. Everyone praised, but they didn't have the slightest intention to help. At this moment, Zichen and the others were sent flying for the 4th time. And after the 4th time, they suffered a backlash and their injuries worsened. Whether it was speed or attack, they were much weaker than before. Go to hell! Shimin Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He punched at Zichen. This was a real killing move. Whether it was speed or power, it was very terrifying. The first to kill Zichen was also Shimin Lu's revenge for Shimin Dong. Swoosh! At this critical moment, Zichen teleported and disappeared. He did dodge the attack, but the impact of the energy forcefully entered Zichen's body. Just as he reappeared, Zichen coughed up blood again, and his injuries worsened again. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Shimin Lu's expression was cold. The devil ape and the others, who rushed forward again, were immediately sent flying. He punched at Zichen again. Zichen dodged again and coughed up blood again. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, but the cockroach's injuries kept worsening. It would die sooner or later. After seeing this scene, Su Mingyao's face was full of regret and regret. She shook her head, knowing that no matter what happened today, no one could escape. Her regretful expression immediately turned into determination. She suddenly rose into the air, and her ethereal voice sounded in everyone's mind. If there's a chance, you can all leave. As soon as her voice fell, everyone looked at Su Mingyao in surprise. They didn't understand what she meant. Had she decided to stay? Su Mingyao rose into the air, her whole body exuding a holy and ethereal aura. At this moment, her body was spinning, and rays of brilliance fell as her body spun. Chapter 1838. Farewell, farewell forever. Su Mingyao's body was surrounded by a mysterious aura. This aura was pure and ethereal. Even though she was in a desperate situation and was enveloped by the ethereal aura, she was still an ethereal fairy. Zichen raised his head and looked at Su Mingyao. Looking at her clear and bright eyes that were filled with reluctance, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He flapped his wings again and unwillingly rushed toward Shimin Lu. Die, die, die. In his body, the energy went berserk. His expression became more and more malevolent. His world was trembling. Wave after wave of powerful energy was crazily injected into Zichen's body. At this moment, Zichen could be said to be invincible among the world overlords. However, his opponent was an utmost being. In front of an utmost being, a world overlord was so insignificant. Boom! Shimin Lu glanced at Zichen indifferently. The energy trembled, and he was sent flying again. So what if he was unwilling? He could only hope that his strength was too weak and that he couldn't even protect the woman he loved. Zichen went crazy. All his potential had been stimulated. Tyrant and the rest went crazy as well. They displayed even more powerful techniques, but it was useless. The difference in realms was like a heavenly chasm. After Shimin Lu made his move, everyone was sent flying. Reluctantly shifting her gaze away from Zichen, Su Mingyao's bright eyes had an additional touch of resolute coldness. A powerful aura surged out from her body. Sensing this aura, the group of supreme beings frowned slightly and became vigilant in their hearts. Shimin Lu, who was about to kill Zichen, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Mengyao. He frowned. Ethereal imaction was known as the strongest cultivation technique in Ethereal City. However, only those who had comprehended ethereal imaction could cultivate it. This strongest cultivation technique was completely useless in their hands. Therefore, they were not familiar with the might of this cultivation technique. The current Su Mengyao was filled with an aura that made the utmost beings feel threatened. Her body was still spinning in the air. Specks of light scattered around her body. Ziqin stared at Su Mengyao. His heart was filled with regret. "Don't worry, I'm just sleeping. I'll seal myself for 500 years. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in 500 years." Her voice rang out in Ziqin's sea of consciousness and echoed in everyone's sea of consciousness. Sealing oneself for 500 years meant that if Ziqin and the others could successfully escape, they would still have 500 years to cultivate. However, 500 years seemed to be a long time, but for Ziqin, who had the perfect world, it was still too short. It was not enough for Ziqin to break through a realm. 500 years later, Su Mingyao's seal would dissipate, and the ending would be the same as today. It's time for me to sleep. Before that, I'll think of a way to send you all away. Longhu's voice sounded. It raised its head and roared. The dragon's roar and tiger's roar reverberated throughout the entire Misty City, lingering for a long time. An extremely powerful aura surged out from its body. This aura caused the faces of the supreme beings to change. Shimin Lu's expression became extremely grave as Longhu's icy cold eyes swept across him. He took the initiative to take a few steps back. Clearly, he was very wary. A storm suddenly appeared around Longhu. The storm immediately spread and swept across the entire square. Meanwhile, its body grew rapidly in the storm. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, it was like a giant mountain. "I'll buy you another 500 years. The seal will be broken in 1,000 years." Longhu's voice sounded. The storm nearby grew even more terrifying. Above the storm, Su Mingyao's voice echoed across the entire Misty City. Ethereal in action. Another storm appeared above the storm that Longhu had transformed into. It was mysterious and ethereal. It slowly caught up with the previous storm. The two storms merged into one, growing stronger and scarier. The supreme beings immediately backed away from the storm. Ziqin and the others were dragged into the storm uncontrollably. "Crap, they're trying to escape." The supreme beings immediately tried to stop them when they realized that the situation was unfavorable. However, the storm was too terrifying. Their lives would be in danger if they entered it recklessly. The crowd could not even open their eyes due to the enormous storm. Thus they had no idea what was going on. They could only hear the cries of the supreme beings in the surroundings. It was obvious that the cries were filled with anger and anxiety. A black hole appeared inside the storm. It was a passage leading to an unknown place. Ziqin and the others quickly approached the black hole. As Ziqin and the others were about to enter the storm, a loud roar suddenly came from deep inside the Misty City. Following it, a palm print that covered half of the sky appeared out of nowhere and slammed down at the storm. The force contained in the attack was even more terrifying. Everyone was startled when they sensed the aura. It was obvious that the aura belonged to a stronger Nine Heavens Supreme, one that was stronger than everyone present. As the palm print landed, the storm in the sky came to a stop as if it was about to collapse. Meanwhile, Ziqin and the others immediately dashed into the dissipating black hole. Bang! As the palm print landed, the storm vanished into thin air. Ziqin and his crew were nowhere to be seen. When the energy dissipated, everyone's gazes landed on the plaza once more. Their faces were filled with shock once more. In the square, there was a tall statue. It was a goddess standing on a giant beast. She turned her head sideways and looked at the sky. The goddess was naturally Su Mengyao, and the giant beast was the Longhu Supreme Being. The two of them had sealed themselves and turned into statues with mysterious energy circulating around them. After destroying the storm, the palm print did not dissipate. Instead, it slammed down once more, intending to shatter the statue. However, in the next moment, a halo appeared above the statue. After the terrifying palm print landed on the halo, it disappeared without a sound. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect that the two of them who had turned into statues would have such means. The existence in the depths of the Misty City only struck out a single attack and did not do anything else. As for Shimin Lu and the others, they were extremely unwilling to accept this. They struck out one attack after another, but all of their attacks were blocked by a mysterious energy. They're gone? Are they going to leave just like that? If we let them leave, Misty City will be finished. Indeed, once they become supreme beings, they will definitely come back for revenge. The spectators came to their senses, one by one. Today's battle was too shocking. After this, it would definitely spread throughout the seventh mainland. It had great significance. Regardless of whether it was Zi Qin or Shimin Lu, they would definitely not let this matter rest after suffering such a huge loss. For Shimin Lu, the most important thing was not to deal with these statues, but to find Zi Chen and the other two and kill them. As he released his spiritual sense, Shimin Lu discovered a spatial fluctuation. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he stood. "Let's go." Seeing this scene, Radio Meng also said and teleported away. Immediately after, the other supreme beings who had come to attend the wedding also disappeared in a flash. On the other hand, the 5 supreme beings were unable to track them down due to their strength. Thus, they remained in the Misty City. As soon as Zi Chen and the others entered the black hole, it completely collapsed and they quickly fell out. When they fell out, they were still in the 7th mainland and even within the Misty City's territory. "Let's go." The crowd did not have much time to reminisce. Since Su Mengyao and Long Hu had sealed themselves for 1,000 years, they would be safe for the time being. The only thing they could do was to leave this place alive and return as supreme beings after 1,000 years. Among the 3, Zi Chen was the fastest. He gathered his thoughts and encapsulated the 2 with his energy, displaying his greatest speed. His figure kept flickering as he teleported, covering a distance of over 10,000 li within an instant. As soon as Zi Chen and the others disappeared, Shimin Lu and the other 5 supreme beings had already arrived. They soon locked onto the direction that Zi Chen had fled in. If Shimin Lu was at his peak, he might not be able to catch up to Zi Chen. However, Zi Chen was severely injured previously, thus his speed was greatly affected. Shimin Lu didn't say a word. His figure flashed and disappeared again. The 5 supreme beings exchanged glances with one another before following behind him. The 2 parties continued to flicker as they charged forward. Cough! As they continued to accelerate, Zi Chen could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed out golden blood. Whoosh! He teleported once again without caring about the blood on his lips. However, as he continued to teleport, Zi Chen realized that the distance he could teleport was getting shorter. Apart from his injuries, the enormous pressure from the heavens and earth was the main reason. Gradually, Zi Chen could only teleport 1,000 li each time, and the pressure was getting stronger too. Apart from the pressure, Zi Chen could also sense a magnificent aura. Zi Chen gritted his teeth and teleported for tens of thousands of miles before his teleportation technique finally lost its effect. A towering mountain appeared before his eyes. He could not see the peak of the mountain, as it was covered by clouds halfway up the mountain. The entire mountain was emitting a magnificent aura, as if a peerless expert was standing there. As the trio arrived, they could only see the mountain. With a flicker, the 6 supreme beings appeared one after another. "How reckless of you to come here." Shimin Lu sneered as he walked forward. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Feeling the killing intent, Zi Chen and the other 2 turned around. When they saw Shimin Lu, their expressions changed. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Shimin Lu said indifferently. Zi Chen's expression changed. Don't even think about borrowing the power of Mount Supreme. This mountain looks extraordinary, but there's a seal around it. Without the key, no one can enter." Shimin Lu sneered. Ziqin and the other two's expressions changed. Clearly, their last hope was gone. As a result, the only thing waiting for them was death. "Today you will die without a doubt," Shimin Lu said coldly. If he did not kill them today, Misty City would never have peace again. As if he had already accepted his fate, Ziqin replied calmly. "Even if we die today, Misty City will pay the price for this in the future." "That's a matter for the future. Today I'll kill you first," Shimin Lu said coldly as he prepared to kill them. Hua Meng, who had been watching from the back, shook his head and said, "Everyone, now that things have come to this, I can only borrow your things." The others were confused, but Hua Meng had already flown into the sky. Chapter 1839. Radiant Meng leaped into the air, his hands forming a seal in midair. The words that came out of his mouth puzzled the Supreme Martial Artists. However, the unusual actions of Supremes were enough to attract the attention of others, including Shimin Lu, Ziqin, and the others. It was also the first time Ziqin saw Radiant Meng in person. He was a middle-aged man with bright eyes. As his hands continued to form seals, waves of energy that Ziqin was very familiar with dissipated. Ziqin's expression clearly changed. He was in disbelief. Radiant Meng met Ziqin's gaze and smiled at Ziqin. His smile was full of kindness. A mysterious fluctuation spread out and landed on the other 5 Supremes. In the next moment, an object flew out from their bodies. The moment they saw this object, the Supremes' expressions changed. One of them shouted coldly, "Radiant Meng, what are you doing? These 3 brats are too arrogant. I can't stand it anymore, so I'll do it in Brother Shimin's place," Radiant Meng replied indifferently as his hands continued to form seals. The Supremes made their moves, one after another. However, when the light of energy landed on the object, there was no reaction. At this moment, the object in front of the 5 Supremes was being pulled by the object in front of Radiant Meng's chest. It broke free from the 5 Supremes' control and slowly rose into the air. "Even if you want to do it, you don't have to take out the key." One of the Supremes had an unfriendly expression. He had already given up on fighting for the object, and a murderous intent locked onto Radiant Meng. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to use this thing to completely suppress them." Radiant Meng's words were still calm. The 5 objects of light came in front of him and merged with another one, forming a complete luminous crystal. At this moment, a ray of light shot out from the crystal, enveloping Ziqin and the others. Bang! Shimin Lu's powerful attack was immediately blocked by the light. At the same time, a huge force knocked Shimin Lu back. This was the power of the crystal and also the power of Mount Supreme. "Radiant Meng, what are you trying to do? I can kill these reckless fools. You don't have to do anything." Shimin Lu's voice was cold. At this moment, he could clearly see that there was a huge problem with Radiant Meng. "Nothing. It's just that there's a very cruel place inside Mount Supreme. I want them to fend for themselves. You want to save them." The group of Supreme Martial Artists reacted. In a flash, they appeared around Radiant Meng, their eyes cold. "Sort of." As soon as he finished speaking, Radiant Meng's aura suddenly changed, becoming vast and terrifying. Sensing this aura, the expressions of the Supreme Beings changed. Shimin Lu couldn't help but exclaim, "Undying, indestructible!" Boom! A cold smile appeared on Lei Meng's face. The power around his body began to surge, just like when Shimin Lu had dealt with Ziqin and the others. However, at this moment, the wave of energy around Radiant Meng was even more powerful and terrifying. Within this wave, the vast power of thunder surged. "Rayleigh, this is Rayleigh. You guys are in cahoots," a Supreme Being cried out in alarm as he retreated. The essence of the power Ziqin had just displayed was, of course, lightning. At this moment, as soon as Radiant Meng made his move, everyone felt a similar energy. More or less, Radiant Meng said indifferently. The violent aura around him also became more and more violent. In front of him, the crystal that had taken shape directly charged towards Mount Supreme in front of him. Boom! The entire Mount Supreme trembled. A huge light barrier appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the entire mountain. As the crystal charged forward, the light barrier around the mountain began to tremble. The advancing crystal landed on the light barrier, and a sizzling sound could be heard. Soon, a large hole was melted in the barrier. At this moment, the mysterious Mount Supreme was completely open to everyone. However, this method of opening was very different from normal circumstances. The moment the hole appeared, a blinding light exploded from the crystal. Ziqin and the other two's figures immediately disappeared. In the next moment, they were inside Mount Supreme. Radiant Meng also took a step forward and said loudly, "I'll borrow your key today. Don't worry, I'll return it later." As he spoke, the energy around him completely went berserk. The group of supreme beings retreated in shock. Radiant Meng's figure flashed towards the black hole. The group of supreme beings were so angry that they wanted to curse. They lost the key for no reason, and he even wanted to return it. Who didn't know that the key to Mount Supreme was a one-time use item? The group of supreme beings were furious, but the most depressed one was still Shimin Lu. This time he suffered a huge loss. He lost his son, one of the supreme beings of his clan, and the culprit escaped. The most despicable thing was that he lost the key to enter Mount Supreme. After all, it was his only chance to break into the undying, indestructible realm. Let's go! The group naturally couldn't accept such a loss. Although entering Mount Supreme recklessly showed that they weren't prepared, it was still better than losing this opportunity. Thus, the 5 of them looked at each other and immediately charged towards the black hole. At this moment, the crystal was maintaining the black hole. In the process of maintaining it, the crystal was also constantly being consumed. As the group arrived, the crystal trembled slightly and directly dispersed. The hole that just appeared was repaired once again. The open Mount Supreme closed once again. No, the group of people were blocked outside. They roared in unwillingness, but it was useless. It's over. There's nothing left. That damned Lei Meng, he actually tricked us. He's an undying indestructible. What's the point of entering Mount Supreme? The 5 supreme beings were very depressed. But just at this moment, 5 rays of light suddenly appeared from the dissipating crystal. The 5 rays of light turned into 5 tokens. They were the keys from before. The moment the 5 saw the keys, they were all stunned. This situation was very similar to what was recorded in the past. Under normal circumstances, once Mount Supreme opened, the 6 keys would disappear. But now 5 more keys appeared. Although they were confused, the 5 of them still quickly took one of the keys. Could it be that there weren't enough people entering, so the keys left on their own? One of the supreme beings guessed. No one could give an accurate answer. Lei Meng's methods were very strange. They were supposed to be their keys, so why did they appear on their own and leave their control? During this period of time, no one could answer all of their questions. But the 5 of them knew that with only 5 keys, it was impossible to open Mount Supreme. If they wanted to open Mount Supreme, they had to find the 6th key. Damn it! Shimin Lu unwillingly circled around Mount Supreme, but he couldn't find any other entrances. He was very angry. Let's go back and deal with those 2. Not only did he get nothing today, his son even died during the wedding. He had lost a lot of face this time. Everyone was also very helpless, but they could only go back. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? Lei Meng's arrival was clearly premeditated. As for saving Zichen and the others, it was just a side mission. But for Lei Meng, this side mission would cause the entire Misty City to be in chaos for a period of time in the future. Everyone returned to Misty City. The corpses on the plaza had already been dealt with. Today, someone was destined to have a great harvest because there were too many sovereign armaments on the plaza. The plaza had already changed, but the statue in the center of the plaza was still very eye-catching. It had become the highest symbol of Misty City. Aside from the 5 supreme beings, there were also many spiritual realms around the statue. They tried to break the statue, but to no avail. During this time, the supreme beings had already given up, but the spiritual realms kept attacking. Shimin Lu and the others returned. One of the supreme beings went up and asked, "How was it?" Shimin Lu shook his head, and his face became gloomier. His action was seen by many people in the distance, and they all exclaimed. Shimin Lu's expression clearly told them that he didn't kill Ziqin. They knew how powerful Ziqin was. If they let Ziqin go, Misty City was destined to not be peaceful in the future. Although Misty City didn't provoke any great enemies this time, they provoked some existences with great potential. In the crowd, Dongqing saw this scene from afar and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His tensed heart was also relieved. As long as Ziqin and the others were alive, it was fine. "What are you all doing here?" Shimin Lu looked at the supreme beings and asked. Lord said that after Misty in action sealed itself, it can only be unsealed when time comes. But during this time, it will absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen itself. We're waiting for a formation master to come and use a formation to seal this place completely, said the supreme beings. Then you all can continue to wait. Shimin Lu nodded and directly went into the depths of Misty City. He couldn't stand the gazes of the people in the city anymore. This time, he had completely lost his face. The entire Misty City was discussing today's matter. In this battle, Ziqin had stolen all the limelight, and Shimin Lu had lost a lot of face. And the most shocking thing was that Ziqin and the other 2 empty realms had actually left alive. Although no one knew the process, everyone could predict the future. When Ziqin returned, Misty City would be in danger. Soon, formation masters came and began to surround the statue and set up various formations. The formations didn't have any offensive capabilities, but they could prevent any energy of heaven and earth. The entire formation seemed to have completely sealed the space where the statue was, causing it to be unable to absorb any energy of heaven and earth. After doing all this, the formation masters left with cold smiles. Soon, the news of today's battle spread out of Misty City and to the Misty region. Dongqing didn't stay here for too long. She knew that even if Ziqin was still alive, they wouldn't be able to meet in a short period of time. If it was so easy to meet, the supreme beings would have already gone after him. Moreover, she was worried that those supreme beings would find out about her existence and use her to trap Ziqin. On the same day, after seeing the formation of the formation, Dongqing left. Chapter 1840. The inside of Mount Supreme was filled with the pressure of a supreme being. Ziqin and the other 2 appeared at the foot of the mountain. They looked up at the towering Mount Supreme with shock on their faces. Radiance flashed, and Radiance Meng came to Ziqin's side. Ziqin quickly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you for saving us, Senior." Monk and Demon Ape also cupped their fists and thanked him. Radiance Meng waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. I didn't expect you to be Ziqin." Ziqin was surprised. "You know me?" Radiance Meng cupped his fists and bowed to the void. "This time, I happened to come to Mount Supreme to get something for the sacred ancestor of thunder. I heard your name from the sacred ancestor of thunder." Sacred ancestor of thunder. Ziqin's heart skipped a beat. Is he the sacred beast of thunder? Radiance Meng said, seriously, he's the ancestor of the Thunder Clan. He should be called the sacred ancestor of thunder. Looking at Radiance Meng's expression, he knew the sacred beast of thunder's position in the Thunder Clan. If he knew that he once threatened to make the sacred beast of thunder his mount, he probably wouldn't let him go. Ziqin nodded, indicating that he understood. Where are the others of the Thunder Clan? Ziqin asked again. Radiance Meng said, You'll know when you're strong enough. Seeing that Radiance Meng didn't want to say more, Ziqin didn't ask any more. After a while, Radiance Meng said again, "This is Mount Supreme, the land of opportunity for supreme beings. It can make them immortal, and it's also very useful for the spirit realm. But for you guys, it's useless. The only result of running around is death. Coincidentally, there's a place here that's very suitable for you guys. Very suitable for us." Monk was very confused. Long Hu and that little girl chose to seal themselves. I believe that the seal won't last long. You guys aren't weak, so your cultivation speed will be very slow. That place can help you break through quickly. Radiance Meng said, "Only I know that place." Ka Meng's guess was correct. The reason Zichen was able to improve his mystical world so quickly was because back in the battlefield of despair, Zichen had collected an entire world's worth of realm force. However, when he broke through the empty realm, his realm force had been completely exhausted. As for the next profound world, its realm energy had to be completely integrated into the ground, causing the entire world to change completely. Zichen's world was almost limitless. It would take a very long time for the realm force to completely change, but he only had 1,000 years. He might not be able to reach the spiritual realm in 1,000 years, let alone reach the sovereign realm. It could be said that this was his only chance. Therefore, Zichen agreed without hesitation. As for the monk and the demonic ape, they weren't even afraid of death, so they wouldn't reject the offer. "Very good. You can control your own time. When you want to leave, just crush this." Radio Meng took out 3 tokens and handed them to the 3. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, the 3 of them rose into the air. "May I know Senior's name? After this, Zichen will definitely pay you a visit to thank you." Zichen's voice sounded. "It's a small matter. Don't mention it." Radio Meng waved his hand again, and Zichen and the other 2 disappeared. After Zichen and the other 2 disappeared, Radio Meng flew towards the top of Mount Supreme. With a wave of his sleeve, Radio Meng sent Zichen and the other 2 to a mysterious canyon. The 2 sides of the canyon seemed to be connected to the sky, and they couldn't see the top at a glance. At the mouth of the canyon, there was a whirlwind. This whirlwind was so strong and fierce that it had already swept the entire canyon clean. From afar, Zichen and the other 2 could feel the power of the whirlwind. Landing in the center of the canyon, the 3 of them felt as if their bodies were being cut by knives. Their bodies, which were comparable to imperial weapons, actually felt a stabbing pain. "Retreat, retreat quickly!" Zichen shouted loudly, but there were already cuts on his face, and blood kept flowing out. This wasn't a whirlwind, it was a real weapon. The 3 of them retreated again and again until they reached the other end of the canyon, where the whirlwind disappeared. Standing in a place where there was no whirlwind, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, in a short period of time, fine cuts appeared on their bodies one after another, as if they had been cut by 1,000 knives. "This whirlwind is so scary," Monk said with lingering fear. Zichen looked at the whirlwind quietly. He realized that as the whirlwind took shape, and as it moved left and right, its power gradually weakened. There was no doubt that the whirlwind's power was the strongest at the mouth of the canyon, and as it moved to the center, its power weakened by half. At this point, all of its power dissipated. With the eyes of everyone present, they could naturally see that this whirlwind contained a huge amount of energy. The quality of this energy was higher than realm power, and was close to supremacy power. Zichen even suspected that on the other side of the mouth of the canyon, there was a huge supremacy whirlwind. As the whirlwind expanded, the energy dissipated and gradually became like this. "Let's go up and try." After resting for a while, the wounds on his body gradually closed up, and Zichen carefully stepped forward. When he reached the range of the whirlwind, Zichen could clearly feel the whirlwind passing through his body, and then it was directly blown into his world. Then the whole world was added with a surge of power. After this surge of power appeared, it went straight into the ground. As the energy was absorbed, Chen's strength improved a little, although this little bit of improvement was completely negligible. So that's how it is. After sensing it several times, Chen understood the true function of the canyon. The whirlwind of the entire canyon was completely formed by pure energy, and this energy could enter the world on its own. Under this premise, it needed one's own body as a medium. It was as if one had completely become a channel. The power of the whirlwind completely determined the speed at which the world absorbed realm power. The mouth of the canyon was undoubtedly the largest, but the premise was that one's physical body could withstand the raging whirlwind. Moreover, any defense was useless here. The only thing one could rely on was one's physical body. After gradually understanding the characteristics of this canyon, Chen also divided the whirlwind into 9 sections. The lowest and furthest section was the 9th section, and the one closest to the canyon was the 1st section, which was also the strongest section. Let's heal first. Previously, they were already seriously injured, and the most important thing was to heal their injuries first. In order to save time, Chen stopped at the 8th section. While the world was absorbing the energy, it was also healing. After the injuries were healed, Chen decided to go deeper. The monk and the demon ape also stopped at the 8th section, and the 2 of them also sat down cross-legged to heal their injuries. The 3 of them recovered one after another, and then they began to move forward. Chen walked to the 7th section, and the power of the whirlwind here increased again. When the whirlwind landed on his body, there was a piercing pain. However, this piercing pain was not enough to break Chen's physical body. Wave after wave of energy from the whirlwind entered Chen's world and was absorbed by it. With the help of external forces, the speed at which Chen's world changed became much faster. Under normal circumstances, the 7th section was just right for cultivation. However, Chen only had 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, he had to break through to the supreme level. Therefore, he had to seize the time. Therefore, he moved forward again and walked to the 6th section. The whirlwind blew past, and there were more marks on his skin. These marks were spreading, and they became small wounds. The whirlwind continued, and these wounds began to form. Then, the whirlwind blew on the stronger bones. This was a real scraping of the bones. Chen's mouth twitched, and the cold sweat on his forehead disappeared as soon as it appeared. At this moment, Chen seemed to be suffering from 1,000 cuts. His body was badly mutilated, and there were silver lights emitting from his body, which were repairing his physical body. Just like this, Chen suffered unimaginable pain, but he still gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. After his physical body suffered so much pain, the speed at which the energy entered Chen's world was also much faster. The speed at which his realm increased was very obvious. If he continued to develop at this speed, Chen was expected to break through to the spiritual realm within 1,000 years. Although he was still not satisfied with this speed, this was already Chen's current limit. Time passed like this. After an unknown period of time, the power of the whirlwind seemed to have weakened. The speed at which Chen's body was recovering increased a lot. Gradually, the exposed bones were covered by his flesh and blood, and then the flesh and blood grew. During the process of his body being constantly repaired and torn, Chen's physical body was also growing. Now he had completely adapted to the 6th section of the whirlwind. Immediately after, Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 5th section of the whirlwind. Without hesitation, Chen quickly moved forward. His newly repaired body was torn apart again, and his strong bones blocked the ravaging whirlwind. Once again, the pain of being scraped by 1,000 cuts began. Behind him, the monk and the devil ape were also doing their best. They had already reached the 6th section of the whirlwind, and their bodies were also badly mutilated. What I'm going to talk about next is a legendary story that caused havoc in Ethereal City. The protagonist of the story is called Chen. The reason is that Chen's beloved woman, Su Mengyao was forced to marry someone else. When Zichen was angry, blood flowed like a river. The square of Ethereal City was filled with corpses, not the corpses of the empty realm, but the corpses of the mystic world and the spiritual realm. Zichen and his companions slaughtered the mystic world and the spiritual realm of Ethereal City. Seeing that the massacre continued, the Ethereal City's mystic world and the spiritual realm would not be enough to kill. In desperation, a supreme being appeared. When a supreme being appeared, the heavens and earth changed colors. However, Zichen's friends were not to be outdone. One by one, they attacked together, displaying their strongest techniques. Among them, there was the Buddhist divine ability of the evil good monk, the sky-splitting battle ape's powerful technique, the divine ability of the Longhu sovereign, and Su Mingyao's ethereal in action. Under their combined efforts, they directly broke through the Supreme Being's defense. In the end, Zichen killed the Supreme Being with his fastest speed and the Thunder Clan's killing technique. Killing a Supreme Being in the empty realm. This is almost unprecedented. The entire Ethereal City was in an uproar. Unfortunately, there are many experts in Ethereal City, and a powerful Supreme Being appeared. The difference in cultivation realm caused everyone to retreat. In desperation, Su Mengyao and the Longhu sovereign chose to seal themselves. Zichen and the other two retreated in defeat. A group of Supreme Beings chased after them, but they still could not kill the three of them, and they successfully escaped. In a tavern, a woman with a black mask was recounting the battle that happened that day. Chapter 1841. That's impossible. How could someone from the empty realm kill someone with dignity? That's ridiculous. The empty realm can't even kill someone from the mystic world. How could they slaughter someone from the spiritual world and kill a supreme being? That's a nice story, but it's too fake. Voices of doubt immediately rang out in the tavern. The one who told the story was naturally Dongqing. In the battle that day, Zichen's combat strength had shocked Misty City, and Dongqing had also witnessed the strength of Su Mengyao and Longhu. Together with the devil ape and the monk, it was enough to see how extraordinary Zichen's friends were. Zichen had once said that his friends should have come to the Zhanwu continent, so what Dongqing had to do was to spread the story about Zichen so that they could find his friends. Even if they couldn't find them, they would still go to Misty City after hearing about it. After telling the story, Dongqing bowed slightly to the audience and said, "If you don't believe me, you can go to the 7th Mainland's Misty City and take a look." With that, she left. Her storytelling was completely free, and she would stay in a city for a month to tell the story 90 times, which was an average of 3 times a day. Dongqing left the tavern and was about to go to the next one. Not long after, she stopped and turned to look at a young man. She said calmly, "You're following me." The young man wore a blue robe and looked very gentle. He looked at Dongqing and said, "What you said before is true. You'll know whether it's true or not when you see it." After pondering for a moment, the young man said, "So, you know Zichen?" Dongqing's expression changed. She asked in return, "You're Zichen's friend?" Zichen's name was only known to people from the 7th and 9th mainlands, and this was the 6th mainland. Those who knew about Zichen must be his friends. "I'm LV Peng," said the young man. "You're that array master." Dongqing was very surprised. There were twins in Hupingqing. Back then, Zichen had told the twins that he had a friend called Lu Peng who was good at array formations. "Can you tell me what happened?" LV Peng asked. Dongqing nodded, and she canceled the rest of the trip. The two of them sat down in a tavern, and Dongqing told her what had happened. "Those old bastards. I already knew that they weren't anything good. Humph. If there's a chance to go back, no one in the Floating Mist sect should even think about ascending." After hearing the whole story, LV Peng coldly said, "You are an array master. You should be able to help Fairy Meng Yao break the array, right?" Dongqing said, "Su Mengyao and Longhu had sealed themselves. Originally, they could absorb the energy of the world, but they were forcefully stopped by the formation masters. As a result, the two of them clearly could not absorb the energy of the world during their slumber, which might have affected them. It's just an array that isolates the energy of heaven and earth. I feel disdain for breaking it. If I want to absorb it, I'll have to absorb the power within the void. That's the most powerful power. L.V. Peng had a confident look on his face. After that, he asked again, "Where are you going next?" "I'm going to continue spreading the news. Hopefully I can find more people," Dongqing said. L.V. Peng looked at Dongqing and praised, "You're really amazing." Dongqing smiled shyly and said, "I can't help with other things. I can only use this method to help him gather his companions. Then I'll have to trouble you. If you can use this method to gather the others to Floating Mist City, I believe it will definitely be very lively." L.V. Peng smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. "You don't seem to be worried at all." Dongqing looked at L.V. Peng. L.V. Peng laughed. "Why should I be worried? Zichen isn't dead, and Tyrant and Devil Ape are alive and well. Meng Yao and Long Hu are also in slumber. We just have to wait for the time to come and break the seal. But that's Floating Mist City. There are many Supreme Being experts there, and there are even immortal existences there. These people are extremely powerful. Don't you have to worry?" L.V. Peng smiled again. "If you can gather the others to Floating Mist City, I think the ones who should be worried are the Supreme Beings in Floating Mist City. You have a lot of confidence in them. I heard from Zichen that they haven't been in this world for long. Extraordinary people will be extraordinary no matter where they go. Don't worry, as long as you can gather everyone. I believe that a mere Floating Mist City won't be able to stop us." L.V. Peng was very confident, and he indeed had the basis for his confidence. Just Zichen's group of 5 was enough to turn Floating Mist City into a mess. If everyone were to go, how could Floating Mist City be peaceful? One had to know that everyone's potential wasn't too different. Furthermore, there was an existence among them that specialized in assassination. Other than that, there were also a few existences that were comparable to Long Hu. The two separated, and Dongqing continued to tell the story of Zichen. From L.V. Peng's confident expression, she seemed to be able to see the scene when everyone gathered in Floating Mist City. Looking at the departing Dongqing, L.V. Peng shook his head and sighed, "Another pitiful person." From the changes in Dongqing's emotions, he could feel Dongqing's feelings for Zichen. Unfortunately, Zichen wasn't very proactive when it came to matters of the heart. He was destined to be a sad and pitiful person. Dongqing was still telling the story of Zichen, while L.V. Peng was heading to Floating Mist City. At this moment, he already had the strength of a mystic world expert, and his cultivation was rising rapidly. Apart from his potential, the main reason was that L.V. Peng's world was too small. However, this didn't affect L.V. Peng's combat strength. He was a formation master, and his strongest means were formations. When he arrived at the 7th mainland, the story of Zichen was still being spread. It could be heard almost everywhere. Indeed, extraordinary people are extraordinary wherever they go. L.V. Peng shook his head and stepped onto the teleportation array of Floating Mist City. When he arrived, the teleportation array was a little jammed because there were too many people. Many of them came because they heard of the story and wanted to see if it was true or not. When he finally arrived at Floating Mist City, L.V. Peng immediately saw the building that had become the symbol of Floating Mist City. It was Su Mengyao standing on a dragon and tiger. "It's true. Oh my God, it's actually true. That's right, there's no mistake this time. There are indeed geniuses in this world. I didn't expect that someone from the empty realm could kill a sovereign." After seeing the stone statue, everyone believed the story. However, L.V. Peng had a different thought when he saw it. He seemed to have seen the scene of blood flowing in Floating Mist City. It said that this seal can last for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, the seal will dissipate on its own. 1,000 years? Then 1,000 years later, the entire Floating Mist City will probably welcome another great war. That's right, there will definitely be a great war. It's said that Zi Chen escaped to Mount Supreme. Once he becomes a sovereign after 1,000 years, those sovereigns in Floating Mist City might not be able to deal with him. Becoming a sovereign in 1,000 years? That's impossible, right? It might be impossible in other places, but there might be a miracle in Mount Supreme. While everyone was still discussing, LV Peng's figure flashed and disappeared as if he teleported. When he reappeared, LV Peng had already passed through the array and arrived at the foot of the statue. During this time, no one noticed him. When LV Peng entered the array, he immediately sensed the energy ripples here. Then, a smile appeared on his face. As expected of a sovereign beast and an ethereal existence, they're actually absorbing the energy in the void on their own. He could clearly sense that the two of them were absorbing the energy in the void on their own. However, the absorption speed was affected by the array, so it wasn't fast. Next, LV Peng took out some array materials and started carving around the statue. This process lasted for 7 days. After 7 days, LV Peng raised his head and his face turned pale. This was caused by the energy consumption. The array that connected to the void was activated. It was like tentacles reaching into the void and started absorbing the energy in the void. Compared to before, the absorption speed was 100 times faster. It was as if there were many void trees around the two of them. After doing all this, LV Peng smiled at the statue and said, "There's still 1,000 years before you can break the seal. I won't stay here any longer. I have to find an opportunity to become a sovereign in 1,000 years. When the time comes, I'll come and help you." With that, LV Peng's figure disappeared. His appearance didn't attract anyone's attention, nor did anyone notice that the array had changed. The two statues were absorbing the energy in the void. 1,000 years might seem long, but to a true powerhouse, it was just a blink of an eye. In order to deal with Zi Chen's revenge 1,000 years later, Shimendong and Misty City made other arrangements. On one hand, they were looking for the 6th key. They were preparing to enter Mount Supreme and find an opportunity to kill Zi Chen. On the other hand, they started recruiting some geniuses and nurturing them. 10 years quickly went by. The number of cultivators who talked about the battle back then gradually decreased. However, the number of cultivators who came to Misty City increased. They were all here for the battle that happened 10 years ago. They were all curious as to whether the battle was real or fake. And this statue had become a beautiful scenery in Misty City. Among them, there was a young man dressed in black. He followed the crowd to the statue. After seeing the statue, there was an obvious change in his indifferent expression. Very good, very good. Following the discussions around him, a cold smile appeared on the black-clothed youth's face. He turned around and walked towards the depths of Misty City. On the same day, news spread that a spirit realm expert, who was about to become a sovereign, was assassinated. In the next 2 days, another 2 people who had the potential to become sovereigns were assassinated. When Shimin Lu heard the news, he was furious. He sternly warned the other sovereigns that this wasn't just his problem. It was the entire Misty City's problem. Once Zi Chen came again, Misty City would be in danger. The other sovereigns all took out evidence to prove that it wasn't their people who did it. However, Shimin Lu didn't believe them at all. At the same time, he warned them to stop here. Otherwise, he would fight back. The sovereigns also couldn't say anything. At this point in time, who would still fight among themselves. Chapter 1842. The 5th section of the hurricane was still wreaking havoc. Zi Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. Under this kind of torture, his body also stimulated its greatest potential. Thunder Emperor Physique constantly released vitality to repair Zi Chen's injured skin. While his body was constantly being repaired, it was also constantly being damaged by the hurricane. When the speed of destruction exceeded the speed of repair, the hurricane would be like a sharp blade cutting Zi Chen's bones. It was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. The corner of Zi Chen's mouth kept twitching. The pain spread throughout his body. His whole body trembled slightly. Gradually, his whole body became numb and he lost consciousness. As time passed, The speed of his body's recovery finally exceeded the speed of destruction. His wounds were slowly healing, and his body was also becoming stronger in the process of recovery. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's wounds were finally completely healed. The hurricane fell on his body again, but it was no longer a threat to him. Zichen, who had his eyes closed all this time, opened his eyes after his body recovered. He knew that it was time to go to the fourth section of the hurricane. At this time, he released his spiritual thoughts and began to perceive the world in his body. He noticed the mysterious changes in the world. The originally majestic mountains disappeared and became low hills. However, the whole shrunken hills contained pure realm energy. Under one of the hills, Zichen even found a few crystals that contained realm energy. These were realm emperor stones. Although the quality was very poor, they were real realm emperor stones. In addition to the changes in the mountains, there was also the flow of water. The flowing water was also real realm energy. These mysterious changes made Zichen feel very inconceivable. The mysterious changes in the world made Zichen's cultivation improve greatly. Retracting his perception, Zichen stepped on the fourth section of the hurricane. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Zichen's body was broken again, and the hurricane began to torture Zichen. Stopping at the fourth section of the hurricane, Zichen's cultivation speed obviously increased again. After a lot of energy entered the world, it was absorbed by the world. In this way, Zichen would be able to break through to the spiritual realm in less than a few hundred years, saving him a lot of time. The monk and the demonic ape were also closing in, trying to break through as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the first 100 years had passed. Zichen adapted to the fourth section of the hurricane and began to enter the third section. Another 200 years passed, and Zichen advanced once again, reaching the second section of the hurricane. The hurricane here was even more terrifying. As soon as Zichen appeared, his body began to sway. He could not even hold his ground, and his body was instantly torn apart. At this time, Zichen's inner world had absorbed enough spiritual strength, and its mysterious changes had reached a limit. His world was filled with rich world energy. As the master of the world, Zichen discovered many world emperor stone mineral veins, and each mineral vein was incomparably huge. The entire river was filled with water that contained the power of the realm. It was extremely rich and pure. Under the nourishment of the realm force, a sprout broke through the ground, then began to grow under the nourishment of the realm force, eventually turning into a spirit flower. The spirit flower bloomed, emitting a rich floral fragrance and flowing with colorful light. With the appearance of the spirit flower in the world, a rich vitality appeared in this world. Under the nourishment of this vitality, a small spiritual object appeared. This spiritual object was just an unknown bug, but it was formed by the realm force. It was a real existence. The world had a spirit and was full of vitality, representing another realm of the world's growth. Zichen was originally in the mystic realm, but he took another step forward and reached the spiritual realm. In the entire world, there was more spiritual energy and surging vitality. Under the cover of this vitality, the entire world seemed to have gained sentience. Because the realm force was too scarce, only a few places in the entire world experienced changes. The spiritual objects that were produced were too small, only a small flower and a small bug. The surging vitality in his body allowed Zichen to barely stand on the edge of the second section. The breakthrough of the realm made his face filled with joy. If he continued to develop at this speed, it was not impossible for him to break through to the supremacy realm. Not long after Zichen's breakthrough, the devil ape and tyrant began their second breakthrough, entering the spiritual realm. In the blink of an eye, more than 300 years had passed. While Zichen and the others were cultivating, Dongqing in the outside world was still traversing through the continents, recounting Zichen's deeds. It's too funny, too funny. The door was pushed open, and a maid with braided hair walked in. Her face was filled with anger, and her lips were pouted. Who made my Chwaer angry? A woman sat in the room. She was dressed in red, and her jade-like hand was holding a brush. With the last stroke, the word sword was formed. The word sword was filled with sword intent. The sword intent was condensed and not released, almost completely restrained. Not far from the woman in red, there was a white kitten lying lazily on the ground, dozing off. Miss, this is too infuriating. I just went out today, and I heard someone bragging. The maid was dissatisfied. That's someone else's business. The woman still did not turn around, quietly looking at the word sword in front of her. But what she said was too ridiculous. She said something about a mere empty realm being able to kill a supreme being. If it wasn't for the fact that she was also a woman, I would definitely teach her a lesson, the maid said. An empty realm killing a supreme being? The woman raised her eyebrows slightly, looking very surprised. The white kitten's ears twitched as if it was listening. Yeah, she said that there was an empty realm in the seventh mainland. No, there were several empty realms. Not only could they kill those from the mystic realm above their level, but they could also slaughter those from the spiritual realm. In the end, they worked together to kill a supreme being. After that, when faced with attacks from other supreme beings, some sealed themselves and some even ran. She said that they had a name, but who would believe it? The maid was dissatisfied. Miss, what are you saying if this isn't a lie? Even when you were at that level, you wouldn't dare to say that you could kill a person's pride. The woman smiled and said, there are countless geniuses in the world. Maybe there really is such a person. Impossible. If you can't do it, who can? The maid was not convinced. My combat strength has never been the strongest. Everything I do is just because others are flattering me. The woman in red shook her head. When she put down the brush, she asked casually, do you know the names of those people? I wasn't convinced, so I asked. It was said that the one who killed the supreme being was called Zichin. Then there was the evil good monk, Su Mengyao, the sky-splitting battle ape, the Longhu Supreme, and the one who sealed himself was, the maid was still talking to herself. She did not notice the change in the woman in red's expression at all. Whoosh, whoosh. The sword will on the word sword that had been written suddenly spread out, turning into streaks of sword chi that shot in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was pierced through by streaks of sword chi. It was a mess. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire room collapsed. The woman in red stood in place, dumbfounded. She did not move, but the dust around her did not touch her. Roar! The moment the room collapsed, a tiger's roar shook the sky. A white tiger with wings appeared next to the woman in red. A terrifying aura surged around it. What's wrong? Miss, what's wrong? The maid's expression changed when she saw the scene. Speak, what did you hear? What exactly happened? The white tiger with wings lowered its head and looked at the maid as it spoke loudly. The surrounding people noticed the commotion and came over. Among them, a handsome young man stepped forward and asked with concern, Junior sister, Sien Er, what happened here? Scram, I'm not in a good mood today. I'll beat up whoever comes. The white tiger with wings suddenly turned its head and stared at the man as it spoke fiercely. Flying Divine Tiger, this is the Sword Sect. Watch your words. Among the people who came over, someone shouted. Scram! A roar rang out, bringing with it rolling sound waves. A storm appeared out of nowhere in the ruins, and the storm was filled with destructive power. The expressions of the Sword Sect disciples who had rushed over changed drastically, and they immediately retreated. They could tell that the Flying Divine Tiger was completely enraged today. I'm fine. You can leave. The woman in red, Wang Xianer, said indifferently. After that, she slowly walked in front of the maid and asked slowly, Chui, tell me what you heard. Seeing the young miss, who was usually calm and collected, had such a big change in her emotions today, the little girl faintly guessed that what the woman had said earlier might be true. Thus, she recounted everything that she had heard in detail. Damn it. Damn those old bastards. Back then, I suspected that the failure of the ascension was caused by those old things. I haven't settled the score with them yet, but they sent Meng Yao away for the sake of their future. The flying divine tiger's angry voice sounded. When he ascended back then, he followed Su Meng Yao. However, something happened midway, and he was forcefully kicked out. He had always been brooding about this matter. He sealed himself and escaped with heavy injuries. Wang Xian seemed to have seen the tragic battle that happened that day. She sighed softly and said, "It seems that it's necessary to go out and train." "Miss, you're leaving." The maid had a reluctant look on her face. Wang Xian smiled gently and said, "I've stayed here for too long. I also want to go out and find my path to becoming a sovereign. Miss, bring me along. This trip will be very difficult. Your cultivation level is too low. It's better for you to stay here." "Miss, when will you come back?" "Maybe I'll never have the chance to come back." Wang Xian brought the flying divine tiger to the depths of the sword sect. Her master was there. Back then, it was her master who brought her here. "Master, I want to go out and train." Wang Xian stood outside a hall and said, "I already know about your matter. Go and walk your own path. However, you must remember that you will always be a disciple of the sword sect. The door of the sword sect will always be open for you." A dignified voice sounded from the hall. "Thank you, master." Wang Xian bowed towards the hall, and then left the sword sect with the winged divine tiger. Hearing that junior sister Xian wanted to go out and train, the group of senior and junior brothers also expressed their desire to go out. Chapter 1843. Because of the battle 400 years ago, the seventh mainland's Misty City became famous in the entire Jiangwu continent. Almost every day, cultivators from other mainlands would come to visit the Misty City. 400 years had passed, and the statue of the goddess was no longer the tallest one. However, the statue at the center of the Misty City was still a sight to behold. The place became very lively. Every day, cultivators would come to visit. When they saw the two people on the statue, they couldn't help but sigh. Those were two powerful supremes. Any cultivator who came to visit this place would definitely mention the battle 400 years ago. In that battle, Zichen killed a supreme being with the strength of the empty realm. After that, he made a breakthrough and escaped from the supreme being's attack. This kind of battle prowess attracted a lot of attention. These strangers who came every day were also indirectly reminding the Misty City that they had provoked several existences with great potential and that they would return after 600 years. Because of this warning, the Misty City never slacked off in the past several hundred years. The entire city was like a huge machine that was quickly running. Just like that, 400 years passed. After 400 years of unremitting effort, a shocking piece of news finally came from the Misty City. The sixth key to Mount Supreme was successfully found. When the 6 keys were put together, they could open Mount Supreme. Moreover, each key allowed 6 people to enter. When the news came out, it caused an uproar, because there was news before that the reason why Zichen and the others could escape was because they had entered Mount Supreme. And this time, when Mount Supreme opened, a group of Supremes would very likely enter to kill Zichen and the other 2. After the news came out, another shocking piece of news came out. This time, only 6 people from the Misty City had entered Mount Supreme. The remaining 30 spots were obtained from the outside world. When the news came out, not only did it cause an uproar in the Misty City, it even shook the entire 7th mainland. That was 30 spots, and the entire Misty City was willing to give them up for nothing. While the crowd was in an uproar, they could clearly sense the fear of the Misty City for the future. Clearly, the Misty City was willing to give up their spots to deal with Zichen and the others. Even if they couldn't kill them on Mount Supreme, they would have to face even more Supremes when they returned. Moreover, in Mount Supreme, as long as one had enough fortune, they could become an undying existence. Such an existence was known as the Undying Sovereign. Even if it was sealed for thousands of years, it would still be difficult to kill such an existence. Back in the holy burial ground of the Tianmu continent, the two devils sealed on the door were the undying venerables. I didn't think that a mere seventh continent would have such a miraculous place. A young man with a long sword on his back said calmly from the crowd. Senior brother, are you ready to go? A person beside him asked cautiously. Didn't you hear the news that it's only open to supreme beings? Moreover, if you want this slot, you'll have to deal with that guy called Zichin. Junior sister Xian cares so much about that brat, so when the time comes, she'll naturally help him. Don't tell me that we're going to make a move against junior sister Xian. The young man glared at the other party. Senior brother, you're right. Then we'll wait here for that battle to come. In that battle, a few hundred years later, a supremacy is destined to fall. That battle will definitely be spectacular. With my great potential, how can I just be a spectator in such a spectacular battle? Then, senior brother, you're saying, let's go. We'll look for opportunities and try to break through to the supremacy realm in a few hundred years. At that time, we'll enter the battle. Their discussion didn't attract too much attention. The two of them disappeared into the crowd. Misty City became very lively. However, amidst this liveliness, there was also a sense of loneliness and silence. This was a banquet for Supremes. As soon as the news spread, almost all the Supremes of the seventh continent came. Normally, it was rare to see Supremes, but now, a group of them had gathered. Misty City also received them with great courtesy. Then, they chose 30 of them who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Undying Realm. As for the remaining Supremes, the people of Misty City didn't plan to let them go. Instead, they promised them many benefits. Misty City naturally wouldn't promise them benefits for no reason. Everyone knew the reason. Aside from a few cautious people who left, most of them chose to stay. Wasn't it just 3 people? Even if they had opportunities, they wouldn't be able to reach the supremacy realm in 1,000 years. So what if they reached the supremacy realm? This was a whole new realm. After reaching this realm, everyone would undergo a transformation. When they truly fought, they wouldn't fear anyone. There were still 600 years before Su Mengyao and the others would break through the seal. Misty City had already made preparations for the battle. In the following 600 years, they continued to replenish their fighting strength. A month later, Mount Supreme opened under the witness of everyone. Shimin Lu led the other Supremes into Mount Supreme. Go, bring him back. As a cold voice rang out, a door appeared in the air above a mountain range. A woman in azure robes that resembled an azure lotus flew out from the door while standing on an azure dragon. I won't let anything happen to you. The azure-clothed woman's eyes were filled with determination. She stepped on the azure dragon and flew towards the nearby teleportation array. The dragon's roar resounded, and the dragons might spread out, causing the birds and beasts to flee in fear. After so many years, I finally heard news of you. In the Jianwu continent, there was a mysterious region. In this region, there was a very bright moon. The moon hung in the sky all day long. At this moment, a woman, shrouded in hazy moonlight, slowly walked out from the moon. Beside her was a snow-white little mouse. Squeak, squeak, with us here. Zi-chan will definitely be fine. When we get there, I'll dig up all the treasures there and avenge everyone. The little white mouse said. In these several hundred years, Dongqing had never stopped. She went from one city to another, from one region to another. She had experienced many things and suffered many hardships. She had been chased by people, and she had been teased by young masters. None of these things could stop her from moving forward. As she passed through the continents, she saw the prosperity of each continent and encountered one powerhouse after another. The Jianwu continent had 9 continents, but these 9 continents were divided into 9 levels according to their resources. The names of the continents were based on the levels. As she moved forward, she saw more and more powerhouses. Dongqing, who had broken into the mystic world, gradually became more and more strenuous. This was a realm that could call the wind and summon the rain in the ninth mainland. But as she went deeper, she was bullied. Because she was too focused on passing the news, her cultivation speed was not fast. Go to the seventh mainland and see the truth. See if it's the person mentioned in the news. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. It was originally a small battle, but because of Dongqing's words, it became a big deal. Almost all the forces in the Zhanwu continent paid attention to it, and for the first time, Zichen's name spread across the Zhanwu continent. Although they had never seen this person before, everyone was already familiar with Zichen's name. Even if in the eyes of some people, this name was just a joke. Whether it was intentional or not, the 9 continents all paid attention to the 7th mainland, Misty City. This also indirectly increased the fame of Misty City. Right now, there were too many powerhouses gathered in Misty City. This matter has attracted the attention of many forces. We have to be careful. It's said that Zichen has many friends in the lower realms. Those friends aren't weak. That's right. It's said that everyone has the potential to become a sovereign. We have to be careful. Of course, it's not wrong to be careful, but don't worry too much about it. This matter has become so big that the main family is already unhappy. Furthermore, they sent powerhouses to guard this place. I believe that even if Zichen dares to come back, he will definitely die. Wait a little longer. Our people will come out from Mount Supreme. Perhaps they will bring us good news. The powerhouses of Misty City once again sat together to discuss while waiting for Shimin Lu and the others to return. Shimin Lu and the others finally returned when there was only 100 years left. When they returned, they released an extremely powerful aura around them. 33 of the 36 who went out returned. Except for the 5 who did not get the opportunity, the rest released an aura that only undying sovereigns could have. The arrival of so many undying sovereigns shook the entire city. Seeing so many undying sovereigns, Misty City couldn't wait for time to pass faster so that 1,000 years would pass faster. At this point, not being able to find Zichen in Mount Supreme was already a very small matter. There was only 100 years left until the seal was broken. Misty City was already prepared. There were too many powerhouses gathered in the city. The entire Misty City had completely let down their guard. With such a battle prowess, they were already starting to worry about Zichen. They were worried that after 1,000 years, when Zichen suddenly came here and saw so many supreme beings, he would be so scared that he would run away. There were too many powerhouses in the city. There were dozens of undying sovereigns, not to mention ordinary sovereigns. Such a huge force was enough to destroy an entire region. As the 1,000 years approached, more and more cultivators rushed to Misty City. These people were all curious and purely came to watch the battle. Among the crowd, there were many unfamiliar faces. These faces were faintly emitting auras that made one's heart palpitate. They came with killing intent, but they weren't prepared to make a move immediately. In the entire Misty City, all the guest rooms were full. Outside the city, there were even many buildings. But even so, there was still a shortage of lodging. In the blink of an eye, another 90 years had passed. There were only 10 years left until the 1,000 years. Zichen wouldn't arrive in 1,000 years. Within these 10 years, it was very likely that he would appear. Chapter 1844. Although Mount Supreme looked like a towering mountain, it was actually boundless and contained all kinds of spatial zones. Even Supremes had to be careful when they entered. Finding a person here was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was extremely difficult. After the group of Supremes entered, they didn't find any traces of Zichen's group. Shimin Lu wasn't disheartened, as this was within his expectations. Perhaps the 3 of them had already died somewhere else. In the canyon that only Radio Meng knew about, Zichen advanced through the second section of the hurricane. The second section of the hurricane was already very terrifying, but it also allowed Zichen's cultivation to rise quickly. After adapting to the second stage of the hurricane, Zichen's physical body had undoubtedly improved by a large margin. In his world, the low hills from before had also grown little by little as the world changed, becoming towering and majestic. The places that used to contain the World Emperor Stone had now become large mineral veins. These mineral veins were deep underground, and only Zichen could clearly sense them. All the rocks here were filled with spiritual energy. If one used great magic power to refine these rocks, they would be able to be refined into special weapons. And the quality of these weapons would be at least earth weapons. In this world, the number of spiritual objects gradually increased. Aside from some spiritual flowers and spiritual insects, there were also some small spiritual beasts. The world's area was no longer growing, and it was transforming towards perfection. This was the most crucial step in the path of cultivation in the future. If the comprehension of the laws wasn't complete, then it would lead to the world being incomplete. During this period, various bottlenecks would appear, preventing the world from evolving. Once the world reached its limit, it would produce a kind of energy. This energy was the origin energy produced after the world was formed. It was the purest energy produced by the world. Of course, in other words, this energy was called the sovereign strength or the sovereign's origin energy. The sovereign's origin energy would reconstruct the body, allowing one to become a sovereign. The first realm of a sovereign was the origin energy sovereign. The second realm was the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. This realm was known as the undying sovereign. It possessed unimaginable vitality. Under normal circumstances, the undying sovereign was a true expert, whether it was in the martial war continent or the martial heaven continent. Time was of the essence for Zichen. After familiarizing himself with the second section of the hurricane, he headed towards the first section. During this period, Zichen stayed even longer. Inside his body, the transformed spirit realm's power was constantly increasing, and the entire world was evolving toward perfection. Other than the fact that no humans had evolved in this world, various unknown spirit beasts and spirit birds had also appeared frequently. His world became full of vitality. Spirit flowers were everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It was like a beautiful and quiet world. A large amount of spiritual energy was poured into this world, and the little beasts in this world began to grow. In addition, some of the mountain rocks gradually began to fluctuate with soul power. As time passed, when these mountain souls with spiritual intelligence awakened, they would have a unified name, and that was higher life forms. And Zichen was undoubtedly the master of this world. While enduring the ravages of the hurricane, Zichen also sensed the changes in the world around him. Gradually, he gained a profound insight. The changes in the world had finally reached a limit. The entire world had begun to take shape, and at the same time, a mysterious power appeared in the depths of the world. This was a more condensed and purer power that came from the depths of the world. At the same time, it was also a power of a higher quality. After this power appeared, the aura around Zichen's body suddenly changed, becoming even stronger. The appearance of a world's origin was closely related to one's own world. The more perfect the world was, the purer and more powerful the origin of the world would be. On the contrary, the origin of the world would be very heterogeneous, and the quantity would be very small. Zichen's world was almost perfect. It had all kinds of laws, and even the laws of heaven and earth that were rarely seen. A world formed by so many laws was naturally a perfect world. Under such circumstances, the supreme power of Zichen's world was unimaginable. After this power appeared, it automatically rushed out of the world and began to revolve around Zichen's body, condensing his body. The hurricane's power was still wreaking havoc, but with the appearance of this origin, the hurricane's power was completely blocked. At this moment, Zichen's feeling was like a thirsty traveler in the desert who saw a sumptuous meal and sweet spring water. He was enjoying it to his heart's content. His body was absorbing the origin of the world to its heart's content. At the same time, his entire body was being transformed by the origin of the world, becoming even more valiant. This could be considered as a rebirth, an opportunity to cleanse one's meridians and marrow. It was something that only sector lords could do when they stepped into the Supreme Being realm. Under normal circumstances, the amount of origin energy that an ordinary sector lord could use to enter the Supreme Being realm was too little. This was because it depended on the size of the world and the laws of the world. This kind of origin that could be used to condense the body in the beginning was calculated in droplets. However, in Zichen's world, the origin of the world that was formed at the beginning was like a spring, constantly spewing out pure origin energy. The origin energy condensed the body again, and the body that absorbed the origin energy became even stronger. This degree of strength had greatly surpassed that of an adult Supreme Being beast. To have such a strong physique, other than the origin energy, Zichen's perfect body also played a significant role. When the origin energy stopped refining the body, Zichen's body had already reached its limit. This was probably the first person in history who had refined his body to the limit and still had so much origin energy. As the refinement ended, new origin energy would appear from all parts of the world. This new origin energy would be called the Supreme Being's power. Boom! Around Zichen, as the new origin energy appeared, a powerful aura surged, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Supreme Being, a whole new realm. Zichen finally stepped in. The moment he broke into the Supreme Being realm, the surrounding hurricanes no longer had the slightest effect on Zichen, and Zichen also sensed the power and terror of a Supreme Being. Sensing his own body, he could imagine that the Supreme Being he killed must have used very little origin energy when he condensed his body before breaking into the Supreme Being realm. If the Supreme Being had condensed his entire body, Zichen could not break the Supreme Being's body at all with only the destructive rules of the empty realm. After breaking through, he estimated that only 900 years had passed. Therefore, Zichen got up and walked to the deepest part of the world curiously. That was the place where the hurricanes were produced, and he wanted to see what was going on. During this period, there was still a lot of origin energy circulating in the sky above Zichen's world. Those were the origins that were first produced and used to refine the body. Because it was too vast, after Zichen's body was refined to a limit, the rest returned to Zichen's world. These origin energies were obviously different from the ones that were formed later, and the two sides could not merge. This was the original origin, and for a Supreme Being it was priceless. Zichen's heart skipped a beat as he thought of his imperial weapons. Perhaps there would be unexpected changes after infusing them with the origin energies. Therefore, Zichen threw the imperial weapons into the origin energies, one by one. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be heartbroken because those origin energies would only appear once. Even if there were abundant origin energies, they would be used to condense the strongest weapons. It was too wasteful to condense all the weapons like Zichen did. However, Zichen had enough origin energies left, so he did not care about such a small amount. Zichen threw the long saber and the scabbard into the origin energies. The origin energies entered the scabbard and into the long saber. Buzz. Suddenly, the scabbard began to tremble, erupting with rays of black light, and began to tremble in the origin energies. Zichen, who was about to enter the depths of the canyon, suddenly stopped. His figure flashed, and he entered his own world. Here, the scabbard was constantly trembling. After Zichen entered, he immediately sensed a connection between himself and the scabbard. The scabbard was still the original scabbard, and the origin energies did not change its quality. However, as the origin energies entered, the scabbard seemed to have recognized its master, and Zichen sensed the existence of the scabbard. However, in Zichen's perception, the origin energies did not enter the depths of the scabbard. It seemed to have encountered some obstruction in the middle. Even the origin energies of a Supreme Being could not enter. Chen clearly sensed the extraordinariness of the scabbard. With a thought, the long saber automatically unsheathed itself. The long saber, which was still an imperial weapon, began to undergo obvious changes under the infusion of the origin energies. After these changes stopped, the origin energies still did not dissipate. With a thought, Chen took out the dragon spike that he had not used for a long time and threw it directly into the scabbard. The dragon spike was a weapon once used by a supreme saint. It was very extraordinary. Unfortunately, this weapon was damaged because of the death of the supreme saint of the starry sky. It was only equivalent to a king weapon. Chen had not used it when he was a realm lord. Now, with the origin energies, he might be able to repair it in a simple way. Just as Chen used the origin energies to repair the saint weapon, the monk and the demonic ape, who had also reached the first stage of the hurricane, also had origin energies appear on their bodies. The two began to use the origin energies to refine their bodies and were about to break through to the Supreme Being realm. Now that the three of them had broken through, it was naturally time for them to return. Chen, who originally thought that it would be over quickly, did not expect that repairing the dragon spike would take dozens of years. During these dozens of years, he also entered a meditative state to comprehend the Supreme Being realm. When Chen regained consciousness, he saw the monk and the demonic ape. The two of them looked very anxious. Seeing Chen open his eyes, the monk immediately said, "You're finally awake. If you didn't wake up, we would have left first." Chen quivered and asked, "How long has it been?" "It's going to be 1,000 years soon. Let's go quickly." Without bothering to explain in detail, the three of them immediately took out the things that Hua Meng had given them. After crushing them, their figures disappeared. When they reappeared, the three of them were outside Mount Supreme.